Hmm. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen. The end of the New Testament. Well, in case you were wondering what I was doing, I was reading the Revelation from this Bible of mine. You know, the Revelation had been pretty much a scary tale in the Bible. But of course, some people think of it as scary, and some of them think of it as not that scary. But it's reach way. Anyway, welcome for the 1st October. And today, this is Multi-Voice Reviewer giving you this exclusive called Grimm Scary Tales. Grimm Scary Tales is where I lay off the reviews for this month and decided to do something that I always desire for a long time. You know, when Halloween comes, I love to tell scary stories, so this is why I decided to tell you this one. Now, the reason why I'm dressed up like this and why am I reading the Bible is because there's a certain scary tale I want to start out for this day. And our story involves a girl who went to church but didn't exactly knew what she expect. This story is called One Sunday Morning. Now, there's a girl who goes by the name of Sue. She always appears every Sunday morning church. And she's a very good girl. She never done anything wrong and always appear on church every Sunday. But one time in the middle of the night, this happens. As she was getting ready for bed, she heard a bell ring. And it was a church, the church bell started to ring. And as she heard the bell, she thought she was late. So she got herself dressed without looking at the clock, wearing her Sunday best, and decided to go to her church. Now, she knew that, she noticed that it's dark outside. But of course, it always gets dark every Sunday morning. And of course, she noticed that there were no cars going by, so the only sound she heard is the clanking sounds of her heels hitting the pavement. And she decided to take a shortcut through the cemetery. And as she got on the church, she noticed that they already begun. She never met anybody that she recognized in that church. So she found herself a seat. She looked at everybody and doesn't really recognize anyone at all. Except that one person sit next to her, and it's Julian Ferris. But the weirdest thing is, she was dead. She died about a week ago. And as a bright light shined towards her, and as she adjusted her eyes from the light, she noticed that everybody are all skeletons in suits. So she realized this is the service of the dead. Everybody is dead except her. And now she starts to feel very uneasy. And Julian Ferris leaned towards her and says, "Leave right after the benediction if you value your life." So Sue got up and about ready to walk off. As the minister about to do his blessing. "May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord's face shine upon you." As the sermon goes on. And as Sue was about ready to leave, she started noticing that there were a bunch of skeletons staring at her, looking angry. So they start walking towards her. She starts running fast, and they start catching up. And as the minister starts to continue on, "May the Lord shine his confidence to you." As he continued on, and as she about ready to get to the door, she opened the door and left. one of the skeletons was about ready to capture her and grabbed her coat and yelled out, "Get out!" And the other one said, "You don't belong here." And as she ran through the cemetery, one of the skeletons grabbed her hat, shook his fist, and said, "Don't come back!" Now Sue thought this was all a nightmare, so she finally ran home and finally get some sleep. Early in the afternoon, her friends showed up. And as they showed up, they decided to give her something. It was her coat and hat. What was left of it. They were found in the cemetery, torn to shreds. Whew! Man, that'll be the last time remind me never come to church during the service of the dead. Whew. May not be that welcoming. But of course, people think I have no respect for the dead. Of course I have respect for the dead, but sometimes I like to join them. Just kidding. Anyway, this is the first story you hear, and there's going to be more coming. If you enjoy it, please subscribe, leave a comment down below, hit a like if you like it a lot. And there's going to be more coming this October. And for Halloween, I got something very special for you guys, just for Halloween. So stay tuned. There'll be more coming. This is Michael Grimm, a.k.a. Multi-Voice Reviewer. And, thank you for listening for today's Grimm Scary Tales. Bye-bye. Hi there, folks. Welcome for another episode of Grimm's Creepy Tales. The show where I'm going to talk, where I lay off the reviews and tell you some really scary stories. Today, I'm going to tell you the story of The Hook. A long time ago, there was a teenage couple. There was Johnny and also Susie. Now, Johnny and Susie were over at Lover's Lane. Of course, you know what teenagers do at Lover Lane, so I'm not going to bore you the details of what they're doing. Or do you? Perverts! Just kidding. Anyway, as they were all smooching, hugging, and kissing, all of a sudden they got the news on the radio saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I interrupt this program for breaking news. There is a psychotic killer who has released from the insane asylum. This character believed to be armed and dangerous. He is wearing a raincoat and also a rain hat, and he's also armed with a hook. That's right, a hook. He lost his hand, and therefore he has a hook. That is all." All of a sudden, Sue gets all worried about what's going on. I mean, she's afraid that the hook-armed killer will come after her. But of course, you know Johnny acting all brave and all saying, "Relax, babe. I'm here. There's nothing to worry about." "But Johnny, I'm getting so worried." "Oh, relax, babe. Come on. Now, enough being all worried and give me some more sugar." "Johnny." "What? That's all I'm thinking. I'm a teenager. Duh." All of a sudden, noises starts coming. They kept on hearing scratching noises. But of course, Susie is getting all worried that the scratching noise might be the Hook Man. But of course, Johnny, being an idiot, saying, "Relax, babe, it's just a tree scratching my car." But as the scratching sound's getting louder and louder and louder and louder, that's when Susie says, "Johnny, just hit the gas. I'm just so terrified being here. I mean, I don't think we're supposed to be here. I need to get home. My mom's gonna have a cow." "Okay, babe, you tell me what to do. I guess I'll take you home." And as they drove off, they finally went all the way to Susie's home. Now, as Johnny, being an idiot, he said, "Well, at least I can, walk you home. It's the best I can do, babe." So he gets up, walking to her side, and stops and stares. looking all horrified. And of course, Susie starts seeing Johnny, knowing what he's doing. She looked down as well, and gasped in horror to figure out that hanging on the door handle was a hook. So it could be possible? Did the hook killer was about ready to kill them? Now, of course, they call the cops, and they haven't found the hook man ever. You know, it's kind of odd where he is. I mean, not many people know where he's at or where he's from, but I mean, it's just a big coincidence where he's at. I mean, no, we don't know where he is at all. Sorry. No. An accident I had. Anyway, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching and listening to this, and stay tuned for more Grimm Scary Tales. Leave a comment, subscribe, and like the video. And for all of you, I'll see you later. Hey, over here! Right here! Ah, same to you! Morons. Oh, hey everyone. In case you were wondering, I decided to try a little bit of hitchhiking, but I guess nobody's picking anybody up these days. I guess with all the trouble going on, the danger, or what happened if you pick up a hitchhiker, you never know if the hitchhiker's a killer, or the driver himself is a killer. But of course, it reminds me of this one story I once heard, but this one is more of a supernatural story. This story I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is called The Haunted Hitchhiker. A long time ago, there was a father who got really depressed after became an alcoholic and pretty much died in a car accident. Years later, his daughter, who is all grown up, she inherited his old Dodge convertible. And as the lawyer showed her the car, it looks brand new, pretty good. And of course she questions the lawyer what was that stain on the side of the car, but of course the lawyer said it was just rust. Anyway, she decided to take a little drive out in the town with that old Dodge convertible. And then in the middle of the highway, she sees a little girl standing under a streetlight. She's carrying a small doll, and she's dressed out of fashion. And as the woman waved to the little girl, the woman just looked up. The little girl just looked all scared, with hair standing on the back of the neck. Relaxed. So, after the woman saw that little girl, she turned back to see her, but she disappeared. The next day, the next evening, she was falling asleep and having a horrible nightmare, and all of a sudden, in her dreams, she sees her father with a sad expression as a little girl. He's crying out to her, as if in pain, "Help her!" The woman woke up and felt restless, so she thought a drive would be good for her. So, as she was driving in the middle of the night with the old Dodge convertible, all of a sudden she sees that little girl under a streetlight, still waiting. So she pulled over and yelled out, "What's wrong, little girl? Did you get lost or something?" And the little girl said, "I'm lost. It's dark, and I can't find my way home." "Well, I'll give you a ride if you tell me where you live." So as the girl, getting really happy, she decided to get in the car, and she showed her the direction where her house is. And as she pulled over to her house, she sees a bright light on the left window upstairs. The woman says, "May I help you to your home?" "No, I gotta get to the light by myself, but thanks for helping me." And as the girl finally walked home, the woman just felt relief, like a load has been lifted. So the next day, she had decided to check on the little girl to see if she's doing okay. So she pulled up to the house where she lived, and she sees an old lady hunched over tending the gardens. "Excuse me, miss. How's your little girl today? Did she make out okay?" The old lady looked up shocked. "What do you mean? My little girl is dead. She was killed by a drunk driver in an old Dodge convertible, just like yours. They never found him or the car. But it's funny that you mentioned it. In the middle of the night, I thought I was dreaming. I thought I heard my daughter just arrive at home, saying it's so good to be home. And every morning, when I checked her home, like I do every morning, her favorite doll was in her bed. That doll is buried to her when she died."
It's so good to be home.
Did you hear a little girl? Or was it me? Oh well. I guess I better walk down the street again. But, thanks ladies and gentlemen for listening, and stay tuned, because the next story I'm going to do is going to be Sleepy Hollow. But I won't be there to tell it to you, because my good friend, an old-fashioned actor you know, Christopher Walken himself, is going to tell you the legend of Sleepy Hollow. So, if you have a problem with him, you're talking my guy all wrong, that there's a wrong tone. Do it again, I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. So stay tuned and hear me tell the old legend. Goodbye. Ichabod Crane. You're such a mook. Oh, hello. In case multi-voice reviewer's not here, I decided to pitch in. If in case you want to know who I am, I'm Christopher Walken. If you remember certain movies I starred in, maybe this would start your memory. You're talking my guy all wrong, that's the wrong tone. Do it again, I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. You know what I like to do? Go down to a diner and buy myself a nice big bowl of pie. Chocolate with some ice cream in it. Good. Put some on your head! The tongue slap your brains out in order to get it. That sound interested? You sure? And of course, do not forget me saying that I gotta have more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell, baby. That's right. I'm having a fever, and the doctor prescribed more cowbell. Anyway, but that aside, Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer wants me to tell the story of this, the legend of Sleepy Hollow, because a long time ago, Mr. Burton wanted me to play the Headless Horseman in the movie. If you remember that Tim Burton movie, you may not know, but I was the guy with the sharp fangs all over my mouth, and always scream out, "Ha! Ha!" So, let's start. A long time ago, Sleepy Hollow is the most quietest places in the whole wide world. But of course, some people are afraid to go there, even though it's under New York, so that's one thing not many people know. They say the place is haunted, even though it's nearby a graveyard. They say it was haunted by the Headless Horseman. And of course you want to know what happened to the Headless Horseman. Why is he walking around with no head? Well, a long time ago during the Revolutionary War, you'll know, the old war between us and the limey Brits, that we used to call them redcoats, but not anymore. Anyway, during the Revolutionary War, there was a soldier who was scouring around the old battlefield in search for some enemies there. And all of a sudden, he heard a hissing sound. And then there was a bright flash. Yeah, that's right. kaplooey. You see, he got his head shot off by a black iron cannonball. Now, of course, not many people know if that blasted head was ever found. No, never was. So sadly, the old soldier died, and they buried his body with the unmarked grave with a headless body. Now, they say every autumn night, like the day the soldier died, his ghost rides a ghoulish horse up in the old battlefield in search of his lost head. And when he doesn't find it, he gallops back like a storm to the church bridge. You can see it right behind those trees. Yes, it's the very same bridge where the headless ghost always rides. Now, unlike the story of the Headless Horseman, let's get back to our main character here. There was a schoolmaster who goes by the name of Ichabod Crane, who was hired to be a schoolteacher. Now, this Ichabod Crane, he wasn't like anybody you know. He is tall, lean, lanky, with long legs, and arms protruding from his short sleeves. His head seemed small because his ears were so large, and his nose long and pointed. You might easily have mistaken him for a scarecrow. So he is no Johnny Depp, you know. And his feet flattened like shovels. Now, Ichabod Crane, he hardly believes in witchcrafts, and ghosts and zombies, but he is a very superstitious guy. Now, as Ichabod Crane was about ready to do his teachings to his students, there was a man who goes by the name of Vultus Van Tassel, who instructed Ichabod to teach singing lessons to his fair daughter, Katrina. Now, she is no Christina Ricci, that's for sure. Katrina Van Tassel, she's about plump as a partridge and rosy cheeks as one of her father's peaches. She was a very attractive woman in 18 years. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Now, Ichabod Crane, when he saw Katrina, he was mesmerized by a spell. And he thought to himself, he had serious thoughts of marriage. Ichabod Crane said, "I will have to plan this well," say Ichabod, "when there's a matter of bronze bones to deal with." Katrina, she has many admirers, and one is more suitable is bronze bones. Now, he's known around town as a hero and an incredible trickster, and he's a valiant horseman, because he rides his black horse called Daredevil. Anyway, one of the autumn night, Ichabod Crane got an invitation to invite him to the Van Hill Van Tassel for a celebration. So, he dismissed the school early so he can get ready. He put on his best of clothes, fixed his hair, and got his most expensive hat. But there's one thing missing, and he thought to himself, Ichabod Crane got to get himself a ride to impress Katrina. Because back in the old days, when cars, before they were invented, horses were more impressive to women. Back in the old days. But sadly, Ichabod Crane, he bought himself the only horse available. An old broken down horse goes by the name of Gunpowder. Of course, Ichabod got no other choice. So he rode the old beast of burden to the Van Tassel home. And then the music started. And Ichabod Crane danced lively to Katrina, while Brom Bones, on the other hand, he sat pouting on the loss of his love. And now it's time for men to sit down, puff on the pipes, and tell stories, like what I'm doing right now. Brom Bones spoke up. There was a terrible event the other night, he says. There was a man who goes by the name of Hans Van Ripper. Was riding out at night, and all of a sudden hears a sound of hoofbeats. And all of a sudden he gets followed by the Headless Horseman. He knew he would burn in hellfire if the spirit got hold of him. So Hans Van Ripper saw the old church bridge, and as Hans Van Ripper got over the bridge, as the Headless Horseman rode on after Hans, and as he got on the bridge, he burst into a swirling, bright fireball and was sucked back down into the depths of the earth. And all the men shook their heads in amazement. Now, of course, the party was over after that celebration and that story that Brom Bones told. Ichabod, he himself is riding the old beast of burden Gunpowder out in the old forest. Saddened and surprisingly was rejected by the fair Katrina. And all of a sudden, Ichabod hears sounds of another horse. Ichabod Crane said, "Who are you?" No response. "What do you want?" No reply. So Ichabod Crane, trying to see who it is, he couldn't make out who it was, but as the shadow who was following him walked into a hill where it's being shown by moonlight, and sadly, Ichabod Crane gasped in horror, for it was a rider upon a horse as black as the night, and the rider had no head, except for the one carrying on the saddle. The glowing eyes of the decapitated head seemed to be looking directly at Ichabod. Ichabod kicked Gunpowder and off he went. And he rode and rolled and rolled faster and faster and faster, until Ichabod saw the old church bridge. And Ichabod says this, "If I only reach it like Hans did in Brom's story, I'll be okay." He hoped. Anyway, Ichabod kicked the Gunpowder and tried to make it through the other side of the old church bridge. And as he made it, he looked back and see the Headless Horseman is still following him. Crane thought to himself, "The old demon hasn't burst into flames yet. Why not?" And all of a sudden, the Headless Horseman hoists his head up in his hands. What is he doing? Crane thought. And the Headless Horseman threw his grotesque detached hand of the head at the horrified Ichabod. Ichabod stood petrified with fear as it impacted him with a supernatural force. Whammy! Now the next day, Ichabod Crane was not to be found. Some people found Gunpowder happily chopping away on hay. Now, for those who does believe in ghost stuff, others believe that Ichabod was spirited away by the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. And all they found was his hat, and next to it was a smashed pumpkin. Brom Bones asked Katrina's hand for marriage, and all the town folks rejoiced. So everything is back to normal once again. But the strangest thing of all, why does everybody always hear Bonbons laughing by the very mention of Ichabod Crane and pumpkins? Why is that, he wonder? What do you think? Well, the end of the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Now, if you all were pretty impressed of the legend, please leave a comment down below and like the video and subscribe, because that's what the multi-voice reviewer wanted. And for some of you, see you later. I might appear once again for something else, maybe a review or something. From now on, goodbye. Oh, hey everyone. If you're wondering what am I doing dressing up like this, well, this is my my Edgar Allan Poe costume. I'm gonna dress up as Edgar Allan Poe once again, because there's a party I'm being invited to. So, I don't have the hair or the mustache yet. I gotta wait for a certain time where I can get the hair and the mustache ready, and pretty much, I'll get my bird ready. Anyway, I got this from the post office. This one was mailed into me, and it's Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. Now I tried to get this right. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, really rapping, until, as someone gently rapping, suddenly there came a tapping. With someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. The suddenly I remembered. It was a bleak December, and such separate dying ember wrought his ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Faintly I sought to borrow from my book of ceaseless sorrow, my sorrow to my lost Lenore, the air and radiant maiden who had the angels have named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. I wonder where this came from. It was in my pocket. And this is a picture of Edgar Allan Poe's wife. Anyway. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never thought before, never felt before. How could that scare me? Even though I do feel a little shaky. Anyway. So then now I steal the beating of my heart. I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor," entreating entrance at my chamber door. So late visit, entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more. Presently, my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir, or madam," said I, Surely my forgiveness I implore. But the fact is that I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faithfully you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarcely was sure I heard you. I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard the tapping, something louder than before. Surely, I said, surely that's something at my window latch. At my window lats. Let me see then what treat is and the mystery explore. Is this a mystery explorer? Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. I open here and flung the shutter, when many a furtin flutter. Furtin flutter, and there stood a raven. Anyway, Flinty stood in stately raven of the saintly days of yore, never minute stop or steady, but mean of lord or lady, perch upon my chamber door, perch upon my busted of palace, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Sure thee, Crustin, be shaven, short and shaven thou, I said, are sure no craven, ghastly Grimm, an ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore, quoth the raven. Evermore. Nevermore, huh? Then the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim. Seraphim means angels. Swung by seraphim, whose feet falls dangling on the floor. Wretch, said I, thee God hath let thee. By these angels he hath sent thee. Repent of nympheth from thy memories of my dear Lenore. Quaff a kindly ne'er, and forgive this loss of Lenore. Croaked the raven. Nevermore. Be that word or sound parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked up starting. Get thee back into the tempests of the nightly Plutonian shore. Leave no black plum so taken of that lie, thou my soul hast spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the buzz above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off thy door. Croaked the raven. Nevermore. Okay. My heart. And the raven, never fluttering, still is sitting on a busted palace just above my chamber door. And this eyes have all seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. And the lamp light he streamed through his shadows on the floor. And from out the souls that lies fluttering on the floor, saw my soul be lifted. Nothing more. Nevermore. Nevermore. Oh, hey everyone. In case you're wondering what happened to me after I read The Raven, it was just one of those horrible chest pains. It was just one of those horrible chest pains I had. Felt like a heart attack, but I'll live. But it was very weird. There was a bird, and there was a picture of Edgar Allan Poe's wife. Pretty strange. Anyway, I decided to read more into Poe's books, into one of my favorites. Oh, and for those of you who have seen my video of reading The Raven, sorry for the pauses. You see, I've been reading other Edgar Allan Poe's books. I never came across The Raven, so that's why I was very, very, very rusty on trying to remember all the words from The Raven. But of course, this story I remember a lot. Now, this story is about a man who did something really, really horrible, and sooner or later, the old saying, conscience will come back and bite you in the butt. And this is a story, well, I know the title says Fall House of Usher, but that's not the story I'm going to tell you. Besides, I'm not too familiar with that one. Never read it, never saw the movie, so. But this one is called The Telltale Heart. True, I have been, and still am, completely, terribly nervous. But why would you say that I am crazy? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all else, my sense of hearing was improved. I heard all things in heaven and earth. I heard many things in hell. So why am I a maniac? Now, hear how calmly I told you the whole story. You see, there is no reason. I love the old man. He never done me any harm. Why, he never insulted me. Why, I had no desire for his money. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's what it was. He had an eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Every time that eye looked at me, my blood turns cold. So, I decided to get rid of the man and his evil eye. Every time around midnight, Every time I fall asleep, that eye haunted me day and night. So every night, around midnight, I close up the lantern, all closed, that there's only one slit ray of light beam in it. And every time I crept in to the old man while he's asleep, and I always know that that eye of his was always closed. So you see, it's not the old man that I've hated, it was his evil eye. On the third night, I decided to creep into the house, and was about to light the lantern, until my thumb got onto the metal latch, and the old man jumped up, crying out, "Who's there?" I did not move a muscle, while at the same time I did not hear him lie down. I heard a groan, a soft groan. The groan makes when terror overcomes you. Maybe thought must have come to his head, such as, it is nothing but the wind in the chimney, or maybe a mouse crossing the floor, or perhaps it's a cricket who makes a single chirp. He's trying to think up these kind of reasons of the noise, but they were useless. All useless because he knew that his fate has been set. Well, I did not hear anything. I about to light the lantern and turn on to see light. And the light was shone upon his evil eye. I gulped in terror when I discovered that the old man's deformed eye was open, wide open. And of course I heard a thud. It's kind of a familiar thud as well. It's a sound what a watch makes while covered in cloth. And I knew that sound as well. But as this heartbeat keeps getting louder and louder, every time that heart gets louder and louder, it could be heard by a neighbor. While his deformed eye staring at me with that pumping, pounding sound. Do you understand me? I told you that I am nervous. So I am. So, with a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. Only once. And I just noticed that and I was smothered with the old man and smiled at my success. And I heard that heart making that pumping, pounding sound. I bet that heart will burst. As I smothered him, I heard that heartbeat of his until finally it stopped. I removed the pillow and checked the body. Yes, he was stone dead. Completely gone and out of his misery. Now, I knew that I had to do something quick to get rid of the body and that eye of his. So, without any hesitation, I cut the corpse apart, piece by piece, covered it with his sheets, and put it under the floorboard. When it was all over, it is about 4 in the morning, still as dark as midnight. All of a sudden, I heard a knock on the door. Who is it, I might say? Who I have to fear. There were 2 men who identified themselves as police officers. They heard a noise from a neighbor and they come check and search the house. I welcomed them in. What do I have to fear? I showed them the house. And I told them where the old man is at. He was away in the country. And that screaming sound was me in a dream. So, I offered them some coffee while they sit down, take a load off. I put up 3 chairs and a table so the men can sit down. They set their chairs when I offered them something to drink, while I, happy with my victory, sit on the very spot above the corpse. My head ached, and there was a ringing in my ear. And then all of a sudden, I kept on hearing this noise, and I know that noise as well. It's a noise what a watch make while covered with cloth. It kept making it. It's getting loud all of a sudden. And then all of a sudden, I grew pale. But of course, I smiled nervously to the officers, and I argued about everything. But of course, the heart starts getting louder and piercing my ears. Oh, God, what can I do? I foamed. I swore. I swung the chair that I've been sitting on. I dragged it on the floorboard. But the noise kept getting louder and it wouldn't stop. And then all of a sudden, I noticed that the officers were minding their own business. I mean, could it be possible that they couldn't hear me? Oh, mighty God. No. They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a joke of my horror. And this I thought, and this I think, but anything is possible than this. Anything is possible than this cruel joke. But still, again, listen, louder, 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 louder! Stop! I scream. I can't take it anymore! I admit the deed! Tear up the floor! Here it is! The beating of this rotten heart! Wow. That was something. So remember, folks, don't do anything bad, or the conscience will come after you. Now, I, for one, had never done anything bad in my life, so I'm good. But have you? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Now, this will be the second time and the last time I'll do any Poes, but the next story I'm going to be telling you will be other stories that I've heard through my years. And of course, I don't know if this will be the last time you're going to see me in my Edgar Allan Poe look, but you better stay tuned for more grim, scary tales be coming up, and stay tuned. Leave a comment down below, hit like, and even don't forget to subscribe. Until next time, to the words of the great hostess of horror movies, unpleasant dreams. Oh, hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here because Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer is busy right now. And this time, I got a very scary story to tell you. But one thing I want you to know, the reason why I'm here, 'cause this, ladies and gentlemen, involves clowns. Let's start the story, shall we? This story is called Clown Statue. Now, sit back while I tell you the story. A long time ago, there was a babysitter who gets a call from a family who calls them, well, let's call the family the Waynes. And the babysitter, let's call her Vicky. Anyway, Mr. Wayne, she calls Vicky over to babysit his son. And warns her not to touch everything around here, 'cause everything is an antique. Anyway, and the reason why Mr. and Mrs. Wayne wants Vicky to babysit their son, because they're on a business trip and wants a babysitter to take care of their precious son. So, Vicky the babysitter came to their house. Now, as the parents says their farewell and take care, they tell Vicky that they have a TV and they can watch whatever they want, so she won't get so bored. Anyway, as around 9 o'clock, Vicky give Mr. Young Wayne something to eat. And then after dinner, they had him wash up and get to bed. So now, little Wayne is in his room, dozing off. Now, Vicky went to the TV room and tried to turn on the TV, but sadly the TV wasn't working. Anyway, in the story, she gets upstairs and went to the Wayne's family bedroom and noticed that they have a TV that is working. Now, standing next to the bed of the Wayne's room was a clown statue. A big, well, not that big, but the size of a dwarf size clown statue. Anyway, her cell phone rings, and Mr. Wayne was calling her to check to see if everything is going okay. Or so he thought. 'Cause Vicky told Mr. Wayne that the TV on their TV room doesn't work. So she asked him to watch TV in his bedroom. He says, why, sure, he can. And she added, if you don't mind, I would like to cover the clown statue with the sheet, 'cause that clown statue is freaking me out. And Mr. Wayne says, what clown statue? Vicky said, you have a dwarf-sized clown statue standing next to the bedroom. Mr. Wayne said, but we don't have a clown statue. Anyway, Mr. Wayne says, get my son and get out of here, while he calls the police. But sadly, the clown statue grabs Vicky, and Vicky screamed. So, young Mr. Wayne got up out of bed to know what was the screaming going on, and he sees the clown statue was about ready to strangle Vicky. So, what did Mr. Wayne do? He grabs a broom and whack him in the head, and the clown was out. So Vicky grabbed young Mr. Wayne and left the house. As the police showed up along with Mr. Wayne, the police checked all around the house, and there was no sign of the clown. And one officer, Gordon, says, "I think I know what you're talking about, the clown. You see, there was report of a dwarf-sized serial killer who likes to dress up as a clown and like to break into people's houses and do his evil deeds. So you better watch out. There might be a clown statue in your house, I assure you." I'm a man of my word. What's going on here? I heard a lot of noises. Wait a minute. Is this thing on? Oh. Hey everyone. I heard my Joker doll has been loose, so if any of you know where he is, let me know, okay? I'll deal with him. I'm the only one who can deal with that clown. Well, since it's another grim, scary tale, so if you like the story that this Joker doll told you, leave a comment and subscribe and all that. As for me, I'm gonna go find that clown and get ready to see my Batman side. See ya. Salem, Massachusetts. A lot of memories. Oh, hello everybody. It is I, Count Dracula. Since Multi-Voice Reviewer got a bit of a cold, so I'm pitching in for today. And since this is a Halloween special of Grimm Scary Tales, I think it's time for me to tell you a very scary story. And sooner or later, Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer will return with more scary stories to tell you. The story I'm going to tell you started all the way back to 1693. There was a man who goes by the name of Cyrus Alucard. And since the village people know there's something strange about him, they decided to have him hang and burn at the stake. But that was a long time ago. And now, in the present time, nobody cannot come into Cyrus Alucard's house, because it's in the middle of a cemetery. Nobody couldn't even go in that house in the daytime, especially not even at night, and most definitely not on Halloween. And now there's a man who goes by the name of Dutch Adams. Dutch would bet on anything. The flip of a coin, the turn of a card, the outcome of the game, anything at all, just for fun. Dutch Adams' friends bet him $50
that he will go to Cyrus Alucard's house and go to the upstairs window and use his flashlight to flash 3 times on the upstairs bedroom. Dutch accepted the challenge, but he hesitated to know if this is worth it. As he got into the house, he knows how old and abandoned that house is, covered with cobwebs and dust. So he climbs up the stairs. Standing right in front of him was a portrait. And as he focused on the portrait, shows a man all dressed in black. And standing right in front of him, as on guard, a Black Panther, with a spike-studded collar protecting his throat. He looked in the bottom. It says, Alucard and Zoltan. And the year on the description on the painting, it says 1691. 1691, a year before he was hanged. So he finally found the right room where it has the upstairs window, and he quickly flashed 3 times. And about ready to leave. And right in front of him was a coffin. In front of the coffin, he opened up the lid and looked inside. It was empty. Dutch gave a sigh of relief, but his heart missed a beat when he noticed the inscription on the coffin. Says Dutch Atoms. Born 1986. But the year of his death is unreadable. He got so scared, he quickly ran and fell down the stairs. His flashlight flew out of his hand and landed on the floor, shattered. And as he tried to get himself up, standing right in front of him was a Black Panther, snarling at him, with a spike-studded collar protecting his throat. The panther was snarling at him like he's about ready to attack. And behind him was a man dressed all in black, who looks exactly like Cyrus Alucard from the painting. He arched his head and laughed. Dutch passed out. The next morning, he woke up, familiar of his own surroundings. He was in his own home. It was all a dream, he says. Or so he thought. Now, Dutch didn't know about the 2 tail puncture marks on his neck. And he didn't realize that the name Alucard, it is I, Dracula, spelled backwards. I hope you like the story. Hit like, leave a comment down below, and subscribe. If not, I am coming for you. Sleep well.
Hello there, creeps. This your pal, the Creepypasta.
And sadly, multi-voice reviewer shouldn't come today, so this time I'm gonna tell you the most gruesome tale for the day. So, the tale I'm gonna tell you creeps today is
Crypt Keeper!
Trapped. What?
Crypt Keeper! How many times have I told you? This is not your show anymore.
But I never had a chance. I mean, ever since Tales from the Crypt ended, I just want to keep on hosting more horror stuff.
Yeah, but this is my show. I tell the story here, not you. I host. And of course, I do have other people who would tell me the story, who wants to tell their story or appear on something. I get their permission. You, on the other hand, you're not getting any... You never even asked me. So this time, I'm telling the story. From now on.
Oh, drat. Well, so long, creeps. As your fiend here.
Crypt Keeper.
He hates puns. Anyway, Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer for you today.
Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes the Crypt Keeper, he wants to host, even though that Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Crypt run about 8 seasons, and then after that, that's it. Anyway, folks, it's good to be back. After what I've been through, and big thanks to the Joker who told his story and Dracula telling his, it's my turn for today. And the story I'm going to tell you today is The Mystery of the Blue Room. You see, a long time ago, there was an architect who goes by the name of Jonathan Smythe. Jonathan Smythe, you see, he was about ready to be married to his beautiful bride. And being an architect that he is, he made this beautiful home for him and his bride to live in. And the special room he made that he calls the Blue Room. And he decided, before the honeymoon, he decided to spend the night to his Blue Room that he created for himself. And then the next morning, they found Mr. Smythe on the bottom of the step with his neck broken. So, during the years, everybody decided to check what was the problem of the house. And sadly, most people ended up with their necks broken. So, this is where I come in. I decided to find out what was going on. What was the problem? What happened? So, I asked permission. My grandma got worried. I told her not to. I pitched in, and I went into the Blue Room. I went into the house. I climbed up the steps, and then on the 29 steps, there was a high threshold. So I stepped over it. I opened the door and shut it, and I was in the Blue Room. And I have to say, it was a very beautiful blue room. The ceilings, the walls, the floors, the bedding, everything was blue. Kind of reminds me of that song. I'm blue, up-a-dee-da-ba-die, up-a-dee-up-a-die. But, and of course he had a fireplace in that blue room. And he also painted some of the wood blue. So, one thing I did, I sat on the chair, put some wood on the fire, and I carried my tablet with me to see what's going on. Check on my Facebook message and all. I don't know what happened, but I dozed off. But when I woke up, the entire room was full of smoke. I mean, it was just so full of smoke I couldn't even breathe at all. So, I ran out the building, and I went down the stairs. Then all of a sudden, I finally discovered something. I discovered that there was a high threshold. So so what I did, I tripped over it, but I held on to the side handle on the stairs, and I slipped. And I ended up scratching. It did hurt quite a bit. So, I finally discovered what the mystery of the Blue Room was. It was the high threshold. As it turns out, as he created the chimney for the Blue Room, he forgot to put in this latch, you know, the one that gets all the smoke outside of the chimney. So, sadly, he must have had that thing closed, and nobody didn't even knew about it. And instead of the smoke coming out of the chimney, it went in and filled up the room. And as people ran out, the reason why they died, they fall head over heels. But I discovered what the mystery of Blue Room was. It was the high threshold. When people ran out, they slipped on the high threshold and they fall head over heels. As for me, I just slid instead of falling head over heels. I was lucky, but the others were dead. So I think I better call the people who made the house to fix that high threshold and all. It was pretty scary what I've been through, though. And thank goodness I lived. Anyway, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to this story. And you won't be meeting the Crypt Keeper ever again. So, like the video, leave a comment, and don't forget to subscribe. And you better stay tuned. There are going to be some more scary stories. Just for Halloween. And I think I'm almost done doing my scary stories, because I'm supposed to be doing, like, 13 ghost scary stories, and I think I'm on my 9th story. So, stay tuned for more grim, scary stories, and thank you for watching.
Now, where the devil is that?
Wonder where he is. Oh, hey everyone. Multi-voice reviewer here, and ready to hear another scary story for today, because I got a really good one for you folks. You see, this happened in high school. You see, there was a basketball game going on in high school, and after the game was over, there was this one cheerleader who just got into her car and drove off. And all of a sudden, behind her, she sees a red pickup truck. And as she was driving, she went fast, and the pickup truck went fast. And then from out of nowhere, the pickup truck turned on his high beams at her. And then all of a sudden, he shut them off. And she didn't know what was his problem. I mean, she thought that the driver just wanted to pass her. So she went fast, he went fast. She slowed down, he slowed down. And on come the high beams. So she got really scared to know what the heck is going on. And she took a left turn on the road. And she knew that nobody never took that road. And as she got on the house, she pulled over, ran home, and told her father, call the police, there's a maniac chasing her. And as she looked out the window, out comes there was the red pickup truck, and there was a guy with a gun in his hand. And as the cops come, they apprehend the guy. And the driver of the red pickup truck says, it's not me you want to arrest. It's him you want to arrest. And he pointed to the cheerleader's car. And as the cops
opened the back door of her car. In it was a maniac, crouching down with a knife in his hand. And the driver of the red pickup truck says to the cops that when he pulled over in the parking lot outside the school, and as the cheerleader went doing her cheerleading in the game, he noticed that the maniac crawled into the back of her truck and hid in the back seat. And as he was following her, he kept rising up with a knife ready to attack her, so he turned on the high beams and he crouched down. So she was running from the wrong person. The person who was trying to save her. She was running from. And after the red pickup truck guy explained to them what was going on, the killer, the maniac with the knife in his hand, he just scrammed. So the cops went into a pursuit to find him. And nobody had never seen the killer ever again, the maniac. And the reason why I knew about this, because I was the guy from driving the pickup truck. So if any of you guys, seen a maniac with a knife in his hand, make sure you look at the back seat of your car. I always look at the back seat of the truck. So, if any of you ever seen a maniac hiding in the back seat of your car, call me. And I'll come after him. And if you like this story, hit a like, leave a comment down below, and don't forget to subscribe. So, this is Michael Grimm, aka Multi-Voice Reviewer, saying thank you for watching. Hey everyone, one thing I want to tell you is a certain story involving music. And what certain music you're going to ask me is... There is music coming from the parlor. And it was here that Dr. Charles Fourier took the maid as his mistress. And it was here that Dr. Charles Fourier murdered his wife, Sarah, and buried her under the organs and the reeds. And soon the doctor and his maid was married. And they say on his wedding night, the organ begins to play, softly at first, sadly, and increasingly getting faster, making him madder than heck. Dr. Fourier tried hacking it to pieces, but still, the organ played on. And the next morning, the cops had found Dr. Fourier and his maid hanged, with 2 nooses directly over the organ. The official report says guilt drove them insane. But I never believe of official report. Do you? Okay, you played your song, that's enough. Well, if you enjoyed this story, please leave a comment down below, subscribe, and stay tuned for more scary stories. And for the final story on the 13th, I got a really special story for you guys, as a special treat. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Oh, hey everyone. Welcome for another story of Grimm's Scary Tale. This time I decided, I was wondering what those old-fashioned headstones said. So a friend of mine from Massachusetts
wrote this down, and these headstones were made around the 1700s, and a friend of mine just wrote this down and mailed it to me. Check this out. Here lies one Mr. Wood, enclosed in wood. One wood within another. The outer wood is very good. We cannot praise the other. That was odd. God takes the good people, too good on earth to stay. God leaves the bad, too bad to take away. Here is epitaph for a dentist. View this gravestone with gravity. He's fulfilling his last cavity. Check this one out. Died at 30, buried at 60. Must have been dead that long before they decided to bury her. This one to Jerry Bates, who died August 26, 1800, and his widow, aged 24, who mourns the one who can be comforted, live at 7 Elm Street, this village, that village, and possess every qualification for a good wife. That's weird. This one is for Obadiah Wilkinson and Ruth, his wife. Their warfare accomplish. Warfare? Huh. There's Bizarre Lightfoot, who was killed at 45th year of his age, and was courted by his grateful family. Here's a testimonial to marks this man's grave. Here lies a man who did no good. If he ever lived, he never would. When he's gone or how he fares, nobody knows and nobody cares. This one here is about a locksmith. A Zeller locksmith. Died at late, and never entered heaven's gate, but stood without knock. He stood and will not knock, 'cause he meant to pick the lock. This here is for Molly. In her day was though a visual of her day, through pleasant in her day, suddenly seized and sent away. How soon she's right, how soon she's rotten, lay in a grave and soon forgotten. If I get buried, make sure I won't be forgotten. Okay. This one here is about an unhappy marriage. It says here, within this grave do lie back to back my wife and I. When the last trump the air shall fill, if she gets up, I'll just lie still. This one's a memory of Anthony Drake, who had died for peace and quiet's sake. His wife was scorn and scoffing. Scolding and scoffing. So he thought a repose a $30 coffin. Poor Martha Shield was gone away, who would, if she could, but her cannot stay. She had 2 bad legs and a baddish cough, but it was her 2 bad legs that carried her off. This one here is Jan Smith, wife of Thomas Smith, marble cutter. This monument was directed by her husband as a tribute to her memory, and the specimen of his work, the same style, $350. This one here is from Benjamin Franklin. Let's see what it says for an old Benji. Benjamin Franklin's tombstone. The body of Benjamin Franklin, pretend like a covering of an old book, its contents torn out, and strip of its lettering. Here lies food for worms, but his work shall not be lost. It shall believe, appear once more in a new and more beautiful edition, commended and amended by the author. Is there any more? Nope. Guess that's all of it. Well, that's the graveyard for you. Is it kind of interesting that old headstones always have more words than just the headstones of today? I mean, the new headstones, they always have those, the date where you live and when you died, and sometimes they add good husband, good father, and sometimes just put R.I.P. means rest in peace. Sometimes it's kind of interesting to have old headstones with old poems and words in it. Looks like it's about to rain. Anyway, so this is the graveyard for you folks. So please hit a like if you liked it. Leave a comment and subscribe. And this will be the 12th Grimm Scary Story for the day. And the last one will be the 13th. And the 13th, I'm going to be telling you one of my personal stories that I've written long ago. And it was itching to be heard. So, folks, stay tuned. Hey, everyone. Well, that's it. This is the final... this is Grimm Scary Tales Part 13, the final story. And, of course, what is it I'm supposed to tell you? Happy Halloween, everybody! So, those of you who are just in your costumes, ready to trick or treat and so what, I decided to give one of my stories as a final part of Grimm Scary Tales. And as you can see here, for the spirit of Halloween, as you can see here, I dressed up I'm wearing a pumpkin shirt. And the reason why I'm wearing this is because it involves a character who looks like a human pumpkin. And the story I'm going to tell you is in one of my notebooks. You see, before I did this, I wrote a lot of stories and I wrote a lot of tales and a lot of stories back then. This one I wrote to be a children's Halloween story. And this one is called The Spirit of Halloween by Michael Grimm. One and only. A long time ago in Ireland, there was an Irish young man who goes by the name of Jack-o'-lantern. People remembered him as a trickster, But kids looked up at him as a hero because he teaches kids not to be afraid of the dark, or what's in their closet, or what's under their beds, by pretending to be scarier than what's under there. And then all of a sudden, there was a man in the moon who admired what he did. So what the man in the moon did, he beamed a beam of light shine towards Jack-o'-lantern, and decided to be one of the spirits of Halloween. So he turned him into a pumpkin seed and planted him into a pumpkin patch. And as the days, weeks, months goes by, one big pumpkin had bloomed. But as the pumpkin grew, it made a form of a face, and the vines grew longer and longer and longer to form hair and body. And as he grew, he became one of the guardians called Jack-o'-lantern, the spirit of Halloween. And of course I drew some pictures, so if you want to know what Jack-o'-lantern looks like, here he is. Hi there, I'm Jack-o'-lantern, the spirit of Halloween. Meanwhile in England, there was a horrible Cockney young man named Bloody Bones. Bloody Bones loved to scare kids. He just loved to scare anybody. People, grown-ups, kids, even little babies. Anyone, just for fun. One night, Bloody Bones wanted to scare more children, so he put his favorite mask he made out of a potato sack with holes for eyes. While wandering in the woods at night, he found some... While he was trying to find someone to scare, he came across a dead tree. And all of a sudden, there was a violet glow coming from the dead tree, growing bigger and bigger and brighter. And he discovered that it's a door. And as he got in, it was a world of nightmares. Now, what is the world of nightmares, you may ask? The world of nightmares is the world where all your worst dreams come true. And only people who are very scary can go in and out that world. But with kids, they'll be stuck there for a long time. The Nightmare King, who lives in the world of nightmares, loved Bloody Bones' style. So he turned Bloody Bones into one of his evil spirits by becoming a boogeyman. And if you want to know what Bloody Bones looked like, ladies and gentlemen, I drew a picture of him too. This is what he looks like.
Hello, I'm Bloody Bones. Did I scare you? No? Well, I guess I'll try harder.
What a bad man. Centuries later, kids from all over the world no longer are afraid of everything. They're no longer afraid of the dark, all thanks to Jack himself. Aye, Jack himself had teach kids not to be afraid at all. Except there was one. There is a girl who goes by the name of Emily Flinch. Yeah, laugh over the name. It was the only name I can think of. Emily Flinch she was afraid of everything. She's afraid of the dark, insects, spiders, scary pictures, spooky dolls, everything. But her two brothers, Landon and Zach Flinch, ever since they were kindergartens, they learned how to face their fears with guidance of Jack-o'-lantern himself. And they tried to teach her that the only thing to fear is fear itself. I always like to put historical speeches. Bloody Bones had a hard time trying to find kids to scare, because kids today, they're no longer scared anymore. Then all of a sudden he noticed, during Halloween, there was one kid who was afraid, and it's Emily. So he decided to kidnap Emily and turn her into a boogeyman like himself. So what he did, he found where Emily's house is at. And he wandered around the streets and found her house. And he found the wall, where the other side of the wall lies one of the closets. So what he did, he walked into the wall and vanished, and then appeared in the closet. And as Emily was about ready to go to sleep, she heard a whisper. Emily opened her eyes, sat up, just petrified with fear, saying, "Who are you? What do you want?" Bloody Bones replied, "Hello, my dear. Emily, my friends call me Bloody Bones." He crept out of her coffin and continued, But you can call me the Boogeyman," said it with a chuckle. She just sat petrified with fear while he grabbed her. He grabbed her by using his sack and covered all over her and hoisted her over his back. And he says, "You are coming with me," as he said. All of a sudden, Emily screamed out loud enough that her brothers, Landon and Zach, woke up and know what was going on. And as they ran towards Emily's room, they saw Bloody Bones going towards the window. And Bloody Bones says, "Don't worry, boys. Your sister will be back soon, when she becomes just like me." He took off. Landon and Zach run towards the window while Landon shouted for her name. And they heard Bloody Bones' laughing, and Emily's screams faded away. Zach says they should call their parents, and then they will call the police. But Landon said no. He decided to call his old friend. Besides, if they tell his parents, they won't believe them. And if they call the police, they assumed it as a prank, 'cause it's Halloween and all. So Zach says, "Perhaps you're right, but who's the old friend you're going to call?" Landon says, "Jack-o'-lantern, of course." And Zach says, "How?" And Landon said, "I'll show you." Landon picked up the pumpkin that he had for Halloween, and opened the top of the lid, and put a candle in there. And he also asked Zach to quickly go to the kitchen and get a fire starter. Zach went back with the fire starter, gave it to Landon, and Landon lighted the candle and tilt the pumpkin up into the sky. Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern himself was standing on top of the hill looking at the village and smiling, and suddenly he saw a beam of light in a shape of a carved face. Jack just levitated himself and swooped all the way down to the neighborhood and went all the way and flew all the way to Landon and Zach. Landon and Zach was relieved to see Jack. Jack asked him, "What seems to be the trouble?" Landon told about the boogeyman and grabbed their sister and took her away. Jack-o'-lantern put his thumb and fingers on his chin for a second. Then his eyes widened and said, "Bloody bones! He's at it again." Jack explained to them all about Bloody Bones, and after he finished, he added that he knows where he has taken her. So he grabs Landon and Zach by his hands and said, "I'll show you guys where he took her." They grabbed his hand and flew all the way to the dead tree. Landon and Zach stood at the dead tree, wondering about it. Jack stood right in front of it, to the dead tree, and then out comes that violet glow appearing out of nowhere, going bigger and bigger and bigger. They were wondering, what is it? And Jack told them that this is a world of nightmares. Landon said, "All right, let's go." Jack pulled his hand out on their shoulders to stop them and said, "Great. You guys only... Well, you see, in the world of nightmares, only those that are creepy and scary can go into the world. But any kids who goes in there will never come out. They'll be stuck in there forever." Jack continued, "Only I can go in and bring Emily back unharmed." Landon and Zach wished him good luck while Jack walked into the violet glow, entered into the world of nightmares. While Jack was in there, he noticed that everything around him is completely black. He couldn't see the hand in front of his face. So he closed his eyes tight, and as he opened them, they light up like a lantern. "They didn't call me Jack-o'-lantern for nothing," he chuckled. Suddenly, he heard a groan sound. As he looked around, in every corner comes a bunch of zombies coming toward him, going all... Jack-o'-lantern looked at them and said, "Shut up! Your zombies are not that scary." Zombies just knew that they're not scaring Jack at all. So they're all going like, "Oh," walking away with their head crouched down. What a spoil sport, huh? And as Jack trying to look around the place to find where Bloody Bones is keeping Emily at, suddenly he heard echoes of hoofbeats coming closer and closer to him. and he recognized those hoofbeats as well. And as he turned around, he saw a black horse hoisting up on his back legs and go and he recognized the rider of the horse. He has no head. It was the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. The Headless Horseman got off his horse and carrying his pumpkin under his arm. While they looked at each other, and then they laughed and shook each other's hand. The Headless Horseman said through his pumpkin, Where have you been, old friend? I like to do a Christopher Walken for the Headless Horseman. Jack replied, I'm good. Still haunting the Sleepy Hollow. The Headless Horseman replied, Of course. And then he asked Jack what is he doing in this world. And Jack says, there is this little girl named Emily who got kidnapped by Bloody Bones, and I need to find out where he's keeping her. The Headless Horseman shook his pumpkin. And he said, Bloody Bones has done it again. Jack says, Yep. And asked him if he knew where Bloody Bone lives. And the Headless Horseman said, Of course, I do know. I'll show you. Hop on. As the Headless Horseman got up to his horse and helped Jack up. They rode all the way to an old rusty cabin in the middle of the dark woods. Jack got off, and the Headless Horseman's he got off the horse and thanked him, and the Headless Horseman said, You owe me a head. Jack looked at him, shook his head with sarcasm, and went back with a sarcastic look on his face, and got into the cabin. Meanwhile, Bloody Bones' cabin, Bloody Bones was reading a book on how to turn kids into boogeyman. Emily was sitting on the floor near the corner, crying. Suddenly, Jack barged through the door. Bloody Bones stared angrily at Jack. Jack ignored Bloody Bones and ran towards Emily. Jack tried to grab Emily to take her away to safety. But before he could, Bloody Bones interrupted with a stare at each other, and they stared at each other. Bloody Bones leapt towards Jack-o'-lantern and grabbed one another's shoulders, struggling. Jack flashed his eyes, blinding Bloody Bones, and stomped on his foot. That's gotta hurt. Jack looked at Emily, still crying, tears running down her face. Jack told Emily that she needs to stop being afraid and start facing her fears. She says she can't. She gets scared so easily. Bloody Bones says, Oi, she needs to be scared in order for her to become a boogeyman. Maybe she'll be called Bloody Emily. Bloody Bones laughed after he said that. Jack asked Emily what monsters that she's not afraid of. Emily says, witches. Jack found a witching hat near the fireplace, a witch's hat, and gave it to her, and said, "Here, the only way you can face your fears is to pretend to be a witch." Emily grabbed the hat and put it on her head and found a broom behind her. Bloody Bones saw what Emily was doing, tried to stop her. Emily walked towards Jack and stood next to him, and he held his hand. Bloody Bones got up and was ready to attack them, but Jack flashed his eyes once again, blinding him again, and then he held his hand out, palm up, and vines appeared from the ground, growing all the way up to the ceiling, surrounding Bloody Bones like a cage. And of course, Bloody Bones, with his hands holding the vines, says, these won't keep me in here forever. Soon I will be back." Jack walked towards him and said, "And I will always be ready for you, Bloody Bones." Jack turned to Emily and said, "Come on, I'll take you home." He picked her up, carrying her, while he flew out of Bloody Bones' cabin. Meanwhile, Landon and Zach stood outside at the dead tree, wondering what was taking them so long. Suddenly, the violet light grew on the dead tree, and out comes Jack and Emily. Landon and Zach ran toward Emily, hugging her, and started to cry. Jack saw the sunlight coming up and said, "Well, it's time for me to go." Emily said, "Wait," and said, "Will I see you again?" Jack kneeled towards her and says, "Until next Halloween, Emily, goodbye." They waved to him. Jack waved goodbye to them, and then he vanished into a pile of dead leaves and blew away. The end. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of Grimm Scary Tales. So if you like this story, please leave a comment down below and subscribe, and also hit like if you like the story a lot. Well, that's the end of Grimm Scary Tales, ladies and gentlemen. From now on, it's back to basics. More reviews, more things to talk about. So this is Michael Grimm, aka Multi-Voice Reviewer, or maybe on Halloween, I'm Jack-O-Lantern. See ya, folks, and happy Halloween and trick or treat. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody heck, I can't do it. Oh, hey everyone. Just trying that old urban legend. I'm just looking at myself in the mirror here and try to do the whole thing. But I'm just too much of a coward to do it. Anyway, welcome for the day's another creepy tale of Grimm Scary Tales. And the tale I'm going to tell you today, folks, is the mother of all urban legends and all the ghost stories you ever heard. Believe it or not, the legend of Bloody Mary was actually based by a really real person, a Queen of England. And if you want to know who the Queen of England is, It's Queen Mary Tudor. No, not Mary, Queen of Scott. She's a Scottish queen. This queen is definitely British. And she starts ruling England back in 1853. And for those of you who wants to know what Queen Mary Tudor looks like, here she is. Not a good-looking queen, huh? Ruff! She's a dog. Ruff, ruff. I like to make fun of some people, especially when they're dead. They don't care. But how her legend goes, it's like this. A long time ago, her father, named King Henry, that's right, King Henry. For those of you who have watched that historical event series called The Tudors, kudos for you. I've seen the show too, although I do not approve of the sex scenes in those movies. I mean, in this series. I don't approve it. But at least I give it credit. At least it sticks to the story. And of course, Henry VIII owned the Terror Tower of Torture, and not the Terror Tower from the Goosebump books that I think that R.L. Stine was basing the tower from the real Tower of London. Anyway, after Henry VIII died from a bad case of gout at age 55, back in 1447, he wanted his son, who is now 9 years old, named King Edward, but sadly he died at age 9, died from some illness. So now, the next person who took over is Queen Mary, back in 1553. And here's a shocker about her, and where she got the name Bloody Mary. You see, Mary Tudor here, she was a devout Christian. And one thing that she always hated is Protestants. She wanted to make England be a Catholic country. And the only way she thought it would be better to keep England be a Catholic country and not a Protestant country, she had everybody that she knows who are Protestant be thrown into the dungeon and then be burned at the stake. Over 227 Protestant men and 56 Protestant women was burned at the stake. 227 added 56, that would be 283. So she's responsible for the death of 283 people that she had burned in the stake. And of course, Mary Tudor here also got married. Dang bug. If you see a bug flying on my nose. Anyway, she gets married to this king. Dang speeders. Anyway, she gets married to the King of Spain. Now, what's his name? His name is King Philips III. His idea is he was planning to marry Queen Mary so he can be able to rule Spain and England together as one. But surprisingly, he saw Queen Mary and he was like, ugh, can't blame you. I don't blame you, you know. So after the marriage, the The priests announce King Philip and Queen Mary, husband and wife. But the problem was, King Philip didn't stay in England. He just immediately went back to Spain. And then a couple of years later, he came back for a visit, and then he just immediately went back to Spain again. And then about the year 1558, Queen Mary, after all those Protestants that she burned, she was getting paranoid that somebody's planning to kill her. So, as she was getting a little older, she was getting paranoid. That's why every time when she wakes up out of bed, she always wears this chest plate of armor every time she gets up out of bed. And as she was getting pretty sick, she can't rule in England anymore. She can't rule England anymore. So therefore, she announced her sister, Queen Elizabeth I, to take over as Queen of England. And sadly, Queen Mary died. But there was a rumor, folks. They say one night, one of her servants looks like trouble. Oh well. Rumor has it that one of the servants had seen Queen Mary looking herself in the mirror while she was laying on her deathbed. Hey, can you keep it down? There's always trouble somewhere, right? Anyway, rumor has it that one of Queen Mary's servants was looking at Mary while she's staring at herself in a little mirror while in her deathbed. And after she passed away, legend has it that her soul was enchanted into a mirror. And legend has it. Oh yeah, another thing. Much of her disappointment after Mary's death, Queen Elizabeth decided to make England be a Protestant country. Much of her disappointment. But legend has it that her soul hadn't laid to rest. That her soul was enchanted into a mirror. And legend has it that if you ever look at yourself in the mirror and say Bloody Mary 3 times, she will come over and get you! But hey, I don't believe such nonsense. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. Well, I don't know about you, but, I'm out of here. And if I make it out alive, please leave a comment down below, like and subscribe, and, there might be some more grim scary tales coming at ya. So, till then, goodbye.
Did someone call my name?
No, 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 no. No. Look, it's R.L. Stine who wrote the Goosebump books and Fear Street. And also, it's Albert Einstein who's a brilliant scientist, and Frankenstein was the one who created the monster. Now get the facts straight, and I will accept an apology tomorrow. Well, that's fair enough. Goodbye. Oh. Hey, everyone. Just calling somebody because somebody got the facts wrong. How can you easily mistake Frankenstein, R.L. Stein, and Albert Einstein? You know? It's ridiculous. Anyway, welcome for another Grimm Scary Tales. And I got a really good story for you to tell this time. But sadly, this one's not based from the real person, because I know how much you guys love the one based from Mary Tudor, Queen of England. So this story, some people say it was based from an actual event, and others would say it's not. But this is the most shocking story you ever heard in your entire life. Now, unlike that one story I told you, The Hook, this one is about a couple who decided to spend the night in Lover's Lane. I call this one The Top of the Hood. There was a couple who decided to go over to Lover's Lane, and of course he was playing romantic music at the time, until the girlfriend decided to shut off the radio and just wanted to relax. And as the guy was about ready to, put his hands on her and about ready to kiss, she wasn't ready. Bad luck, huh? Of course, they've been dating for a while, it's just he never had a chance. But of course, it's every teenager's dream, right? Anyway, she got so upset over him, so she wanted him to take her home right now. So he, about ready to turn on his car until he discovered he's out of gas. And she thought he was up to one of his tricks again. Silly girl, tricks are for kids. Anyway, he told her that he is out of gas, and he's not doing one of his tricks. He ain't playing. He's serious that he's out of gas. So she said that she saw a station about a mile back. So, in his fury, he decided that she'll stay here while he go to find a gas station. So after he left with an empty gas can that he kept in his trunk, he took off, while his girlfriend decided to stay in her car. And since it was getting late, she decided to doze off. And then about 4 in the morning, she wakes up in the middle of the night. And the reason why she wakes up is because she keeps hearing this scraping sounds, like something is scraping on the top of the car, on top of the hood. And as she looks up, all she sees is trees moving around from the wind. So she assumed that one of the tree branches is scraping the top of the car. So she went back to sleep. But early in the morning, a police officer came over. Using his flashlight, he knocks on her window, saying, "Ma'am, are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just woke up." And then the officer decided for her to move out of the car. So he's like, "Ma'am, you should come with me." And she was like, "What's going on?" "Just come with me, ma'am." And she was wondering what's going on. Why is the officer wanted her to come with him? So she looked back, and then she gasped in horror and screamed to figure it out that it was her boyfriend hanged on the top of his neck, and the scraping sound that she'd been hearing on her hood, it was his shoes scraping from the hood. I don't know about you, but if I was him, I'd rather let the girl go with me, because it's not a good idea to be out alone. I mean, if any of you have watched way too many horror films to know, it's not a good idea to split up and search or go by yourself. It's a lot better to have someone with you along with your journey. So, the girlfriend asked the officer what happened. He was like, "Didn't you hear it on the radio? There was a maniac who escaped from the mental institute. He likes catching people in the middle, wandering in the woods, and hanging them." And that is the end of the end of the hood of the car. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making sure that I'm not going out at night alone. I mean, I know some of you folks have seen me wandering at night, but that's the difference between me and that guy. I have a remarkable set of skills. So if any of you tries to put me in danger, I will find you, and then I'll kill you. Taken. I love that movie. I love seeing Liam Neeson just kicking some butt to get his daughter back. I might review it one of those days. But for now, it's Grim Scary Tales, so you better stay tuned. There's going to be some more Grim Scary Tales. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering what happened after my last Grim Scary Tales, to deal with Bloody Mary, well, she was after me, alright, but thank goodness I had Dracula and Mr. Death with me to help. If it wasn't for them, I would have been dead already. So you better stay tuned, and if you like this story, please leave a comment down below, like, subscribe, or if you've seen this video on Facebook, share it to your friends. And next time on Grim Scary Tales, I'm not going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you about a new kind of a urban legend. It's now becoming so popular in the internet. It's like a brand new urban legend, but they call it something else. What was it they call it? Oh yeah, Creepypasta. So stay tuned. Coming up, I'm going to be talking about creepypastas and what I think about them. So, this is Multi-Voice Reviewer, aka Michael A. Grimm, telling you all, unpleasant dreams.
Hi there! This is Multi-Voice Reviewer. Oh, wait. Sorry, adjusted the sound. Hey. We represent the Lollipop Guild! Alright, hang on a second.
This is Multi-Voice Reviewer. This is not right. Wait a minute. I'm Barry Allen in disguise. Oh yeah, baby. Hey on.
Air. Check, 1, 2. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Okay, that's good. Hey everyone, welcome for today's Grim Scary Tales. I'm your host, Multi-Voice Reviewer, aka Michael Grimm, telling you all that this time I'm not going to tell you a scary story, but I'm going to be telling you something that pretty much got really popular even to today's standards. I mean, all of you knew about urban legends. Heck, I told a lot of stories based on urban legends. But as it turns out, now something just keep creeping up into our standards, And it always involves movies, video games, and internets. And what I'm talking about is Creepypasta. Now, the reason why I haven't telling you any stories based on Creepypasta, because, well, some of their stories get a little twisted and very, very dark. And I thought H.P. Lovecraft was creepier enough. And I never tell any stories from him. I mean, you try listening to one of his audio stories and trying to get all freaked out every time you listen to it. I mean, compare between Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft, makes Edgar Allan Poe seems like Shakespeare. But the creepypasta I'm telling you about are these unbelievable tales that pretty much creeped into our internet and got so dang popular that there's like more and more and more and more creepypastas by today's standards. They're like the upbeat, modern creepypastas. Now, I don't have, I have a few pictures about them, and some of them are, I'm going to tell you about the brief story about it. Like, check out this one. Clockwork. About a girl who's been bullied so many times that she took a knife and scratched the sides of her face like Joker. And of course, a lot of people complain about her being late all the time. So what she does, she ripped out her eyeballs and put a clock in there. And every time when someone sees her, she says, "Your time is up." Talk about somebody who's definitely on time. I wonder, did Doctor Who ever dealt with her? I always love time reference. And of course, there's another one. Yes. Ben Drown. A guy named Ben who plays this this Zelda game for the Nintendo Nintendo 64. And after he saved his level, he got himself drowned by flew his car into the bridge. And legend has it, if you get the copy of that game and found his save file, says Ben Drown, you go into his dimension and you'll be going completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and go into suicide. And this is Ben Drown right here. Ugh. And of course, there are a lot of creepypastas on video games, like going into a purple level on Pokemon. And of course, there are also cartoons like Mickey Mouse Suicide, Squidward Suicide, Bart's Death, and Garfield's Hallucination. But of course, that's all myth. This one I found is pretty sad. It's about a girl named Sally. She's a young little girl, and she was assaulted by her uncle. And as the parents trying to almost figured out what happened to her, the uncle thought she was telling, so she killed her. And they always say if you move into her house, you'll see a little girl in a pink dress hugging her teddy bear covered in blood. And the only thing you find out what she says is, "Play with me." And that's her right here. Poor girl. Makes me feel sorry for her. They always have villainous characters. They always have a background that makes you feel sorry for them, right? Oh, this one's a creepy one. Makes Joker go envious on this one. He goes by the name of Laughing Jack. He was just some mystical, magical clown with this one guy. And this guy, he just grew up, and so did Laughing Jack, the clown. And as he killed his first girlfriend, Laughing Jack got intrigued as well, and started killing anybody who meets his friend. Ugh. Eat your heart out, Pennywise. This one's a lot creepier than he is. At least he ain't saying, "Balloons float. They all float. Rah, 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 rah." And I also heard there's a remake coming, but I'm not looking forward to seeing it because it might be corny as the original movie. Oh, this one's a creepy one. It's a little faded, but this one's a creepy one. It's called The Rake. About a hairless werewolf-like creature with claws and almost just crept into someone's houses and start killing the family. And only the husband survived. So you better watch out when you look out at night through your window. You never know if the rake might be there. Freako. And there's also there's one thing I did mention on the video games that I don't have pictures of. Like there is Mario EXE and Sonic the Hedgehog EXE. Of course I made video games based from that creepypasta, but it's just, I prefer the original characters themselves and not the sick, twisted ones. Ah yes, this one is the most famous one, but not the king of them all. And some of you probably heard of him. Jeff the Killer. A boy who's been picked on by bullies and they pour bleach on him, that they set him on fire, and that fire caused him completely crazy, that he cuts off his eyelids and made a big grin on his face, killed his family, and only says one thing after he kills them: sleep. And this is him right here. And some people say that he's in large. He's large and in charge and looking for chickies. But the most interesting one of all is one of his victims who all of a sudden become a creepypasta. Jane the Killer. How she became like that is because Jeff set her on fire and she found herself a mask. And she's in a never-ending journey to find Jeff and kill him. But sadly people get in her way. But here is the father.
Or the godfather of all creepypastas. Never go against the creepypasta family.
I mean, I already told you about the mother of all urban legends, Bloody Mary. Well, I'm telling you about the father of all, Slender Man. He looks... I mean, come on. I mean, walking around in a suit with no face and black tentacles coming out of his back? He's like Jack Sparrow if he decided... I mean, not Jack Sparrow. I mean, Jack Skellington. He's like Jack Skellington if he bleached his eyes and his mouth and he's all white. And they always say that if you see him in the corner of your eye, run. Because these tentacles can rip people to shreds. And he always keeps coming after children. And the legend came from these pictures from medieval times. There's one about Slender Man killing a knight, and the other one going after the kids and killing off the family. They always say that he goes around snatching young kids, and God knows what he does to them, but he immediately kills parents and grown-ups, whoever faces him. And they also say that he had brothers, too. Like, there is the offender men, or the full name, sexual offender men, who always lure teenage girls. And I always thought Dracula was very lustful to women. And then there's Splendor Man. He's kind of like Slender Man, but he wears a top hat, bow tie, and he's covered in polka dots. And he always likes to... Anybody who meets Splendor Man, he wants them to play with him forever. Trender Man is more neat, trim type version of Slender Man, but not much story about him. Neither is this Ender Man, who is like all black with purple eyes and kind of skeleton-y. But as it turns out, Slender Man is like the father of all creepypastas. You know, would it be interesting that there might... I mean, you know these... And for those of you who wants to listen to more creepypastas, just go online on YouTube. There's a lot of YouTubers who would love to tell you all the creepypasta legends. That's why I'm not doing any right now. I'm just telling you about them, so most of you can be aware about it. As for me, I'm just not interested in creepypastas, just basic urban legends. That's all. I'm not interested in the sick and twisted mind of H.P. Lovecraft or the creepypasta legends. I'm just more basic like Edgar Allan Poe, right? Right? What up? What? There they go again. More trouble, huh? I guess the cops found Slender Man. Or find Jeff. I didn't thought he might be in my town. Excuse me when I set these papers up. The wind's coming. I don't know if there's any creepypasta involving the wind. But I have to say, Slender Man, I just chuckled the look of him. I mean, he just reminds me of that those aliens from Doctor Who. You know, the Silence. They have these round heads, eyes, no mouth, always wear suits, and every time you see them, you get so horrified. But if you turn your head, you forget everything about them. Heck, you even forget that you ever saw one. But seriously, Slender Man. Slender Man. Oh, murder. Slender Man, what a fairy tale. A man in suit with no face. Oh, brother. Ah, crap. Hi, Slendy. Well, I gotta deal with Slender Man here before he kills me. If you like this video, please leave a comment down below and subscribe, and where's Dracula or Mr. Death when I need him? Bye-bye. How you doing, Chief? Oh. Hey, everyone. Well, I outsmart the Slender Man. Although I'm a little paranoid. Because sometimes he'll just get me when I least expect it, folks. And as you can see, I haven't sleeping much lately. Nor have I shaved. But as soon as some of my good friends from the dark side help me out here, I'll be I'll be pretty much good enough to sleep. Anyway, folks, welcome for another version of Grimm Scary Tales. And, even though I did mention in my last video that I wouldn't be telling any creepypasta stories, any at all, but there's another thing I also discovered. There are a lot of die-hard fans who are just die-hard fans of the whole creepypasta franchise. I mean, I see a lot of people make a lot of jokes about it. I mean, they make parody comedies. I mean, they animate the characters from the creepypasta and just make these video shorts and make it all look so funny. And even they made some romantic ones, like Lulu should have a relationship with Jeff the Killer, or Jane the Killer. I mean, it's silly. But another thing I thought was really cool is that there's also YouTubers who does these rap battles. And I discovered there is a rap battle parody, and they introduce a couple of creepypastas. And also, I also heard that now they made their own channel. Dang bugs. Anyway, they also made a new channel called Epic Rap Battle of Creepypastas, where all the creepypasta characters starts rapping against one another. Since the Slender Man is like the king of all creepypastas, and Bloody Mary is like the queen of urban legends, would it be interesting if Bloody Mary goes into a rap battle against Slender Man? Food for thought. That's all I'm saying. Just food for thought. And don't depend me on doing it, because I can't rap to save my life. I'm horrible at rapping. And I can't make poems either, because I'm just really bad at rhyming. So, sorry folks. And I could make a crossover theory about it, but it's just not going to be much. Well, anyway, for the creepypasta few folks, I have gone through a lot of creepypasta stories, and which one of them is tamer than the others, until I found one that was tame enough that I could tell you guys about this creepypasta, which I would say is a lot scarier, but not twisted or gory or anything. And if you guys are ready to hear me one of the creepypasta stories, bear in mind, this would be your first and last time you ever hear me say any stories based on creepypasta. Because throughout the entire show, it's all gonna be urban legends, baby. Urban legends or Edgar Allan Poe. Anyway, this creepypasta I'm gonna tell you folks is called The No Number Room. There was a guy who went over to a hotel room just for the night after, doing his job on his travels. So he booked a hotel room and gave him a key, and the owner of the hotel room tells the guy, "Whatever you do, sir, don't go into that room with no number." Room with no number, that's what it's called. "Don't go to that room with no number." And he was like, "Okay." And as he took the elevator, taken to where the second floor is at, he came across a door with no number. So he was curious, what's in there? So what he did, he looked into the keyhole of the hotel room. And all he saw was a woman wearing all white. And that's about it. And the whole house is decorated completely all white. And a woman just wearing a white dress, kind of like a wedding dress. He couldn't see the color of her skin or anything, just a white dress. And her back is next to the keyhole. So he only saw the back of her. So he thought it was really odd, so he went to his room, opened the door, and got himself straight to sleep. And after he woke up after his sleep, he was curious of what's in that room again, so he went back to the no number room. The room with no number. And he looked into the keyhole again. But what he saw, folks, was nothing but red. All he saw was nothing but red. It kind of looks like that the entire room was decorated with red paint or something. So he assumed that they were redecorating or something. So after he was done looking through that keyhole, he went downstairs and told the hotel owner, saying, "What's with that room with no number?" And the old lady said, "I warn you not to go to that room. I warn you not to look at the keyhole." And I said, "What's the story about the room with no number?" And she says this: "A woman who used to live in that room was savagely murdered by her husband. And they say that she always wear all white. Even her skin is colored white, and so is her hair. But her eyes are blood red." So, he sees the woman in the keyhole. But the red part? Does that mean that he saw her eyes through the keyhole? I'm getting getting the shivers. Well, that's what happens when I'm telling creepypasta. I get so... Well, that's creepypasta for you, folks. And that is the last you are going to hear me tell you any creepypasta stories. So if any of you like this story, and don't worry, I'm not going to tell anymore. Even if you ask me, if any of you want to hear some more creepypasta, just Google or go to YouTube and type down creepypasta, because there are lots of YouTubers who would love to tell you any creepypasta stories just to get your blood going. As for me, I'm just going to be sticking to urban legends and Edgar Allan Poe, and that's that. So, if any of you like this so far, please leave a comment down below, like, subscribe. And as for me, I don't know about you, but I'm getting the heck out of here!
Okay, folks, move along. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see at all. Actually, folks, how do you do? I am Officer Spectre. Now, I do say there's nothing to see here, but there's one thing I think you should see. It is something more like this.
And you're late!
Huh?
I was expecting you to show up on my Ghostbusters review, but instead, you show up very late. I had to get the Crypt Keeper to do a jump scare at the end of my review, because I was expecting you to come, but instead, you show up late!
Well...
I'm sorry, sir. I just thought it was gonna be... I just thought...
You thought nothing. You were extremely late. I don't take excuses, nor anything. So, I'm sorry to say this, but you're fired. Hey everyone. Sorry you had to see that. Sometimes it's not easy trying to make videos when you have somebody to show up and some of them show up late or cannot make it. Well, welcome for today's another Grimm Scary Tales, and I thank Officer Spectre there was being so late. Anyway, nice to see me all looking good, huh? Yeah, after that experience I had with the creepypasta, thank goodness some of my friends showed up and I dealt with them. Although I have an odd feeling that there might be a creepypasta who looks exactly like me. Let's just hope that never happens. Anyway, welcome for another today's Grimm Scary Tales. And I tell you, I had a really weird, odd day this week. It turns out, after my dealt with the creepypasta, I had to babysit my cousin. My second cousin. He's a little baby. Sadly, I had to babysit him for 3 days. And boy, I'm starting to know how those babysitters felt, just taking the job as babysitters, taking care of a child who's more energetic than they are. I mean, after those 3 days, I was really exhausted. I'll tell you what. But you know, it kind of reminds me of this one story I once heard. And of course, I did have friends of mine who are babysitters as well. So, I know exactly what they've been through. Anyway, the story I'm going to tell you today is called The Babysitter. Starts out, there is this girl who became their babysitter, and she was hired to take good care of 2 girls and 1 boy. And after she was after they were done with their dinners and watched TV and eating popcorn, all of a sudden the babysitter had a phone call. She picked up the phone, and the voice was like, "I'm coming for you, my dear." She hung up and thought it was a prank call. Heck, even one of the boys says, "Who is it?" And she said, "Some prank caller." And then as they were continuing on watching what they were watching TV, the phone call rung again. The phone rung again. So she picked it up and said, "Who is it?" And he's like, "Sooner or later, my dear, I'm coming down to get you and the kids." And hung up. And now she's getting really worried. 2 calls from a maniac? So she dialed 911 and told the cops that she had a maniac calling her, and she wants the cops to trace the call to figure out who's been calling her so they can deal with it. So after she hung up, another phone rang. And it was that voice again saying, "Just soon, my dear. Just soon. I'll be coming to get you and the kids." She hung up and getting all worried. And then when another phone call, she picked up the phone and said, "Leave me alone!" But it was the cops. And here's what the cop says. "This is the police. We traced the call, and the call is coming from inside the house. So get out!" But after she heard that call, a stranger walks down the stairs to their house, and it was the maniac, saying, "Here I am, dear." She grabbed the kids and ran out of the house as the cops came out and went after the criminal. And it figured out that, and the cops told the babysitter, and of course the kids' parents showed up because they had a call from the cops that they had a maniac in their house. So after the cops captured the maniac, the cops told the parents and the babysitter that it was that same maniac who kept creeping inside people's houses and always goes after babysitters. So, if she didn't grab the kids and run, she would have been next. Whew! Oh. Now that is pretty scary. But it kind of made me wonder. Any of you people who are babysitters watching this, you better start making sure nobody's inside the house while you're babysitting. You never know if some maniac starts calling you. As for me, I always double check. And the reason why I'm not afraid? Because I am the night. The dark night. It's been so long since I always wanted to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you like this story so much, please leave a comment down below, hit like, subscribe, share it on Facebook, and stay tuned. There'll be more coming. And this time, no more creepypastas. Like I said before, just look them up on Google or search them on YouTube. There are tons of creepypasta stories. As for me, I prefer urban legends. So, bye-bye, folks. Okay, Officer Spectre. Sorry, I did not know. I didn't realize that the transportation from New York to Indiana was very long. That's why you were extremely late. You should have called me or let me know half the time. I would have postponed the review. So, without further ado, Officer Spectre, you're hired.
Really? I am so greatly honored.
And since you were, well, pretty late, but you did scare off some of my fans here who are watching my show. Hi, folks. You did a good work by scaring them, so therefore, I think I can, you are hired, and you're temporarily working as a security guard till further notice. Does that sound good to you?
Well, that sounds great.
Good. And you'll be working along with my senior security, one of the robots who worked on Cybertron, Prowl.
What? Prowl? That Autobot?
Did someone call?
How did you work in security with Multi-Voice Reviewer?
Well, I think the boss would ask about that. Yeah, guys, you see, after Michael Bay made his version of Transformers, Michael Bay created a Decepticon who was a cop car, and that really ticked off Prowl. And then when they made the new Transformer series, they made Prowl into a police motorbike. So, pretty much, Prowl had a hard time trying to find work. So therefore I hired him as my security guard. Hey, it's a lot better working with an Autobot who don't have to spend money on vehicle for transportation. He can transform himself into a car.
Yes, and I'll do my best to work. And I guess I'll do my best, since we are former cops. Well, I'm a soldier, but same difference. I use my ghostly power ability for security, and my Autobot security. Yeah. Oh, one more thing, Multi-Voice Reviewer.
What's that, Prowl?
Do your Optimus Prime impression. I always love it when you do it.
Again? Seriously?
Yeah, do Optimus Prime. It's what keeps me going.
Okay, Prowl.
Megatron must be stopped. Autobots, transform and roll out. Yes, sir! Sir.
Oh, almost slipped. It's hard to find good help these days, you know? And besides, having a sort of ghost who used to be a cop working in my security, along with an Autobot, well, former Autobot, it pretty much boosts things up on my security, since a lot of weird things kept happening and don't have much security, so that's why I hired these two. Anyway, folks, welcome for another's Grimm Scary Tales. And today, our new Grimm Scary Tales. Now this one's a good one. This one is called Wait Till Harold Comes. And it goes like this. There was a guy who goes by the name of Jeff. He was in the middle of a rainstorm and trying to find a place where he can dry up and probably sleep tonight. And from out of nowhere, he finds a cabin out in the woods. So, he opened the door and locked it, and discovered that nobody was there. So, he put some of his clothes next to the fireplace for them to dry up, while he lays down and goes to sleep. And what he did not know, as he woke up, he sees a black cat staring right in front of him. And the black cat says,
I'll wait for Harold to come.
And he thought it was a dream, so he went back to sleep. So, he closed his eyes, and then, for like a minute or two, he woke up and found another black cat, bigger than the last one. And that big cat says this.
Oh, can we do it now? Oh, no, wait for Harold to come.
He was like, what the heck is going on? So, shook his head and went back to sleep. And for the third time he woke up, he sees a panther standing next to the two cats. And the panther says,
Can we do it now?
and as the other cat says no, wait for Harold to come, the guy jumps up out of bed, runs out the window, and says, if Harold comes, tell him I be late! That's different, huh? Wait till Harold comes, huh? But it kind of makes me think, who's Harold? Might be a cat about the size of a grown man. Anyway, if you like this story, please leave a comment down below, like, subscribe, share it to Facebook. I mean, if you want to know more about me, look me up on Facebook /multivoicereviewer.com. And if you want to be a member of this group, ask to join a group, says Friends to Multi-Voice Reviewer, and I'll check on you, see if you're good, and you can join my group. So you can type down whatever you want me to review and whatnot. Of course, right now this is Grimm Scary Tales. So, this is Michael Grimm, aka Multi-Voice Reviewer, telling to you all, bye-bye. Hey, officer, can you come here? Yeah? Do your thing. Okay, people. Like and subscribe. And move along. Nothing to see here. Or else. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. And, how much are we talking about here? That much in order to have my windows wiped? I mean, there's a lot of soot and grime, and I don't have enough, stuff to, wipe my windows clean. Tomorrow morning? Alright. Fair enough. Bye. Oh. Hey, everyone. My windows were getting pretty grimy, so I decided to, call someone to, have my windows clean. Anyway, folks, another new popped up. Hate that. Anyway, welcome for another episode of Grimm Scary Tales, and I got a very, very scary, but also funny story to tell you. Since I was calling for the window cleaners to have my windows clean, there was a story about a woman who meets someone. And it wasn't all exactly what she expected. This story is called The Viper. And it starts like this. There was a girl who came out of the shower and all of a sudden gets a phone call. I know what some of you are thinking, it's a little similar to Babysitter, but this is called Viper, so bear with me. She picks up the phone and a voice comes out saying, "This is the Viper. I'm coming towards your house." And hung us up. Thought it was a prank or something, so she hung up too. Anyway, as she was done drying her hair and all, another phone call rung. Another ring. Anyway, she picks up the phone and hears the voice saying, "This is the Viper. I know where you live, and I'm coming over." And hangs up. She's like, what the heck is going on here? So, as she's, using her hair dryer to dry her hair and all
All of a sudden, another phone call rang, and the voice went like this.
This is the Viper. I'm coming towards your house.
And she's getting really freaked out about it, that she called the police, saying that she had someone called the Viper coming to her house. And then all of a sudden, there was a door knock. And she thought it was the cops, so she opened the door, and all she sees is a short, old, bearded man carrying a basket with cleaners and rags, and say, "This is the Viper. I'm here to wipe the windows."
Wah, 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 wah.
How about that story, huh? And since the story is very short, I think I should give you guys a bonus. Yeah, Rupee, a bonus, showing up. I wish they stopped popping up that way during my review, or my thing. Anyway, here's another one. It's called... There was a young girl who decided to have a good night's sleep. But as she looked up to the ceiling, she sees a spooky-looking ghost floating on her ceiling. She got all freaked out. She yelled out, "Mom! Dad!" They came, and they looked around. They see nothing. And they were thinking that she had a bad dream, so they kissed her forehead and say goodnight. But as they shut off the lights, there's that ghost floating in the ceiling. But she closed her eyes and went to sleep. And then the next night, she sees the ghost getting lower, standing next to the wall. So she calls her parents again. They looked. Nothing. So, they kissed her forehead, shut off the light, and she saw that ghost again. And then the third night, she sees the ghost close to her, standing next right in front of her bed. So instead of calling her parents, she said, "What the heck do you want?" But the ghost puts his thumb in his temple and whop whop. I know, they're not scary, but it's a part of the whole tale, so... And if you like these funny, scary stories, please leave a comment down below, like, subscribe. And as for me, I think I'm calling somebody else who can clean my windows in a better price. Hello? Is this the Viper? Viper, whatever. Say, I want you if you can clean my windows. That sounds good. Okay. That's good. Looks like it's gonna rain. Oh. Hey everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got some news. This will be the last of Grimm Scary Tales. But it's not over yet. It's gonna be the end of Grimm Christmas. The end of Grimm Scary Tales for now. Until next October, I'm gonna finish off and end it in the 31st. The 31st story. Because right now, this is the 21st. So I'm gonna be just picking up where I left off next October. That's all. Anyway, welcome for another today's Grimm Scary Tales. In this one, I'm going to tell you a really funny scary story.
eat somewhere else.
Anyway, there was this guy who was outside in the rain, and he was trying to find a place for him to get himself out of the rain, and he found this really old-looking house.
Shut up!
He finds this old, spooky-looking house, but he needed a place to get himself out of the rain, so he got inside, and as he got inside of the old house, all of a sudden, he keeps hearing footsteps, walking closer and closer and closer for him. As he went fast, the footsteps went fast. And as he slowed down, the footsteps slowed down as well. And as he turned around to see who's coming towards him, he saw nobody. Until he found something it's jammed to his back, and it was a doorknob. So he opened the door and quickly closed it. And then he kept on running. And as he heard the footsteps again, sounds like the footsteps went right through the door. And then he came across an elevator door. But the elevator door leads to the basement. So he pressed the button, and down the elevator goes. But as he went to the basement, most shocking thing happened. It turns out he's in a basement full of coffins everywhere. And as he got out of the elevator, standing right in front of him was a slide. And on top of the slide was a coffin. And the kid was standing at the bottom of the slide, and the coffin is about ready to lean down the slide toward the boy. And then he hears the footsteps again. He couldn't go forward, and he couldn't go backward. So he took out a cough drop, and the coffin stopped. The end. And that is the end of Grimm's Scary Tales. And since now I got your attention, have you been hearing the news lately? I've been hearing clown sightings going on. I mean, it's like there's somebody wearing a clown mask and a clown costume staring at him, so scary, creepy looking. And he always keeps running after them on those clown sightings. You wouldn't even know if it's a prank or what. But to me, I don't like pranks. I prefer jokes. So, and now I hear that there's a certain law where you're not allowed to trick-or-treat as a clown. No creepy clown costumes allowed for Halloween. Because of the clown sightings. I find it to be ridiculous at first, but as I heard the news, well, better watch out for some weirdo dressing up as a clown, just keep running after you, or keeps appearing in your surveillance camera. So you better watch out for clowns. But anyway, this will be the last of Grimm's Scary Tales, but all is not lost. Because next time, I'm going to be reviewing a really good Halloween movie. I mean, even though Halloween's going to be over, I'm going to keep the holiday going by reviewing a few movies I like and some Halloween stuff. So, stay tuned for them. And if those of you who wants to know what I'm going to be reviewing, trick or treat. That will be coming soon, folks. So stay tuned.
What is that? A Joker card? Where the heck did the Joker card came from? Gee! Why so serious? You better look out for clowns, ladies and gentlemen. 'Cause you never know if there is a clown staring right at you.
Beyond this dark forest lies a man who lives in this forest. And since it is October, Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer is here.
Oh, honeysuckles.
Anyway, Multi-Voice Reviewer is gonna be telling you some creepy, scary tales just for Halloween. Sadly, this will be the last, but he makes sure it will be the great. So what you're about to enter is
Grimm Scary Tales. Wow, that's interesting. Man, this thing is like Famous Monster of Filmland. Better than Fangora. Although I hate that magazine. Hey everyone. I'm just reading this magazine here. It's pretty good. It's a lot like that one magazine I heard of, Famous Monsters of Filmland. Magazine that talks about all the horror monster movies. And all the creepy, scary movies going on now. It's a lot better than Fangora. Fangora has a lot of blood, guts, and gores involved. Never liked that. Make me feel a little queasy. Ha! Toxic Avenger. Ugh. Trolls 2. Hate that movie, Wicker Man. Teen Wolf. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Let's do the time warp again. Oh well. But enough about my magazine here. I'll read it after this is done. So, welcome for another today's show of Grimm Scary Tales. Yours truly, Michael Grimm, aka Multi-Voice Reviewer. You know, I always kept saying Michael Grimm. I should be called Michael A. Grimm. Since now there's a country singer who goes by the same name from Louisiana, and a politician who is named Michael Grimm. So therefore, I'm called Michael A. Grimm to avoid confusion. And it's better that way. Or you can call me a Multi-Voice Reviewer. It doesn't matter. Anyway. What scary tale I'm going to tell for you today, folks? Well, this story is called The Big Toe. There was a kid named Jimmy who's been out in the woods, walking around. Now, he's from a broken home. Him and his family are desperate for food. So Jimmy walked around in his yard to find something he can find to eat. And then from out of nowhere, he finds a toe. It's an ugly looking toe, but it's a toe. And since it's meat, they figured it's something they can eat. So he walked into his house telling his mom and dad, "Hey Mom, Dad, look what I found, a big toe. A big, plump, juicy one." And the parents cooked it, and they ate it for dinner. And after their feast with that giant toe, this something happened. In the middle of the night, Jimmy heard thumps going outside his house. He heard a voice saying, "Where's my big toe?" Jimmy got so scared, holding the sheets up, trembling. And then he heard a bang on the door, and the voice continued saying, "Where's my big toe?" Jimmy, all shaken and shook up. And then all of a sudden, dang bugs, all of a sudden, he heard his door burst open, and the voice yelling out, "Where's my big toe?" Jimmy quickly hid under the bed, and he heard the footsteps of this mysterious man limping towards his door, saying, "Where's my big toe?" And the man opened the door and entered Jimmy's home. And he said, "Where's my big toe?" "You got it!" Sorry. Sometimes when I tell the stories, I get goosebumps myself. That's why I love it. And that is the big toe for you. And if any of you like this story, please leave a comment down below, hit like and subscribe, and stay tuned. There'll be more stories. I'm sorry my shows are short, but heck, scary stories, they're very short. So, I don't control them. So stay tuned. This will be the this will be the last of Grimm Scary Tales. And I'll be continuing on doing some more Grimm Scary Tales until the end of October. And that will be the last. And also, for the last Grimm Scary Tales, I got something very special I've been dying to do for you folks. Something that I think you guys will enjoy on my 31st Grimm Scary Tales. Right now, this is 22nd. So if any of you haven't seen my old Grimm Scary Tales, look up in my channel. I have it on my playlist on Multi-Voice Reviewer Halloween Special. And you can just catch up with all the others. I bet most of you enjoyed my Legend of Sleepy Hollow with my Christopher Walken impression telling the story of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. And among other stories. But this here is going to be the start, and I wanted to give it an intro, just to let you. I mean, it's more like a promo about it, anyway. So for all of you, happy Halloween. Blah! I'm just an average man with an average life. I work 9 to 5. Heck, I pay the price. I want to be left alone upon a moonlit night. But why do I always feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone? I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me this is just a dream. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome for another Grimm Scary Tales. Dang, I love Twilight Zone. Science fiction series. That's what got me into science fiction. And if any of you ever want me to, if you want to see me do a Twilight Zone review, I think I'm gonna leave a link in the bottom. Down below. But right now, it is today's another story of Grimm Scary Tales. No, I think I could do a better laugh than that. Is that a bit much? And of course, as you can see, got a haircut. Not bad, huh? You know, I have to say, since I let my hair grow a little longer, I was feeling a little sluggish. A little down, not able to do things. But ever since I had my hair cut and a shave, I feel refreshed. But now, for today's Grimm Scary Tales, I got a scary story for you, folks. This story I'm going to tell you, folks, is a doozy. This one is called Mitai Doti Walker. And no, it's not a Japanese ghost story. This one was based from an urban legend. And here's how it goes. You see, there is a haunted house. And they say late at night, something very creepy happens in that house. That's why nobody never buys that house. Or spend the night in that house. Until this one boy, who doesn't believe in ghosts, he decided to spend the night in that house. And the realtor says, okay, you can spend one night in this house. And the guy said, can I bring my dog with me? He's my best friend. So he was like, okay, you and your dog can spend the night. And here's what happens, folks. Late at night, around midnight, the boy just sat next to a fireplace, start out the fire and get himself all warmed up along with his dog. And then all of a sudden, a low voice came from the fireplace. Softly and sadly, he says, Mitai Doti Walker. The boy was looking around and looking out the windows, knowing what that came from. But he thought to himself, it's just somebody outside singing or something like that. Until all of a sudden, his dog starts talking. And he replied from the voice saying, Mitai Goki Kali Mari Lingo Lingo. The boy was shocked. It was the first time he ever heard his dog talk. And he didn't even know what language that from. And all of a sudden, the voice from the fireplace starts saying, Mitai Doti Walker. And then the dog replied, Ingo dingo gali mari lingo lingo. The boy just felt very uneasy, and he's trying to silence his dog, trying not to say anything. But the voice repeating, Mitai Doti Walker. And the dog came back, Lingo dingo gali mari lingo lingo. And then the voice was getting louder. And the boy was trying his best to tell his dog to be quiet, going all, shh, quiet will you? And the head keeps saying, Mitai Doti Walker. And the dog replied, Ingo dingo gali mari lingo lingo. And then from out of nowhere, out comes a decapitated head, fell out of the fireplace, missed the flames, and hit the dog. And the dog looked in fright, and the dog passed away from a heart attack. The boy looked at his dead dog, and he looks at the decapitated head, while the decapitated head turned and looked at him. And what the decapitated head did? He did this. Ah! And that is the story of me, Tai Do T. Walker. Whew! Boy. I'll go lay an egg. Looks like the animals are getting freaked out of me telling scary stories, huh? Well, this is another Grimm Scary Tales for you. And any of you like this, please leave a comment down below, hit like, and subscribe. And if there's any other scary stories you want me to tell you, or if you know any scary stories you want to tell me and I can tell it on YouTube, please leave a comment down below and let me know. Because pretty much I'm looking for some new scary stories. But bear in mind, I like stories that are scary and spooky. Nothing gory, nothing bloody. I can't stand stories with a lot of blood and guts. Just ones that gives you a fright. Gives you a spook, not the one that makes you puke. Anyway, this is Multi-Voice Reviewer telling you all. Oh. You know, what the heck? I'm just gonna sit back and watch some Twilight Zones. Maybe find some really good ones. Of course, I have some favorites in there. But I'll be looking up some more scary stories and see what I can do. And for those of you who wants to know what I'm going to be doing at Halloween, October 31st, this is something I've been dying to tell you folks for years. And I think you guys will be eager to listen. So this is Michael Grimm, Multi-Voice Reviewer, saying, Happy Halloween. Oh, hey everyone. Well, welcome for another Grimm Scary Tales. And if you're wondering what I'm whistling this song here. And this song got a lot to do with this next story I'm going to tell you. And it's about a cannibalistic butcher named Donald Dunderbeck. And here how it goes. Oh, Dunderbeck, how could you be so mean to ever have invented the sausage meat machine? For all the rats and pussycats who never more be seen, they're all ground up to sausage meat in Dunderbeck's machine. A long time ago, there was a butcher who goes by the name of Donald Dunderbeck. And Dunderbeck, he created his brand new sausage meat. It grounds up the meat and turns them into beautiful sausage. And then all of a sudden, Donald Dunderbeck had an argument with his wife Shirley over money. Does it always have to be about money when it comes to wives? Anyway, him and his wife Shirley was arguing next to the machine, and then sooner or later, bam, his wife accidentally tripped and fell into the sausage grinder and ground her up into sausages. And then after knowing what he'd done, he added some sage and thyme and put it in a smokehouse and call it Dunderbeck's brand new sausage meat. And when everybody asked him what happened to his wife, he said that his wife left him and went to her parents. Now, everybody seemed to love his brand new sausage, and there were a lot of demands for it. So, one thing he did, he bought himself a bunch of delicious-looking pigs and started a pig farm. But he keeps an eye out for anybody who makes a tasty treat for his new sausage meat. All of a sudden, a dentist shows up into his store. Now, he was a round man, so into the grinder he went. And then there was a plump woman who is actually a real estate agent, and he brings her into his butcher area, and he killed her, ground her up, turned her into a new sausage. And then all of a sudden people were complaining about missing dogs, kittens, and puppies. But nobody ever thought that Donald Dunderbeck, the jolly old butcher, got anything to do with it. But here, he made a big boo-boo on this one. You see, there was a fat kid who walked into his store. And now this kid, he was a lot smarter. As Donald Dunderbeck grabbed him and tried to put him into his sausage grinder, he escaped from his clutches and ran out of the store. So Dunderbeck grabbed himself a cleavage and ran after him. And everybody looked out the window and saw the fat kid and Donald Dunderbeck running. So now everybody realized that it was Donald Dunderbeck doing all the killing and the disappearance of people and their animals. So now, the town folks decided to become an angry mob, and they start going after him. They ran towards his house, but he was gone. And so is his sausage grinder machine. They vanish and nobody knows where it is. One day I went to walking in the store. I bought a pound of sausage meat and placed it on the floor. I whistled and I whistled and I whistled a tune, and all of the sausage meat were dancing round the room. Oh Dunderbeck, how could you be so mean to ever have invented the sausage meat machine? For all the rats and pussycats who never more be seen, they're all ground up to sausage meat in Dunderbeck's machine. One day the darn thing busted, the darn thing wouldn't go. So Dunderbeck had climbed inside to reason ought to know. His new wife was having nightmares and walking in her sleep. She gave a crank a heck of a yank, and Dunderbeck was meat. Oh Dunderbeck, how could you be so mean to ever have invented the sausage meat machine? For all the rats and pussycats who never more be seen, they're all ground up to sausage meat in Dunderbeck's machine. Hey! And that is Grimm Scary Tales for you. Any of you who likes this story about Donald Dunderbeck, please leave a comment down below, hit like and subscribe, and comment if you like the song as well. And there's going to be more Grimm Scary Tales coming soon. So, let's see if I can stop this. What's going on? What's going on? Oh. Ah, dang it, you dropped dead. Made you look. Look at this one. Get out of here, deer. A deer walking by. Anyway, can you believe today is Friday the 13th? Man, that calendar just reminded me so much of Friday the 13th. That's why I was walking around with this hockey mask on me. You know, I remember when I was a little kid, I used to call Jason Voorhees Chainsaw. because I thought Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre were both the same. I was young. But, of course, if any of you wanted me to see me do my Friday the 13th review, I already done it. I mean, you guys have seen me review all the Friday the 13th movies on DVD, including the ones from New Line. And, of course, I did mention about the documentary they made, the movie. His name was Jason Voorhees. And no, I don't have the video game of Friday the 13th. All I have is just this Nintendo game of it. But of course, right now, I'm really shocked that now, Mortal Kombat X had Jason Voorhees in it, and Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I thought having Freddy Krueger on that 9th Mortal Kombat was bad enough. Speaking of thus, still have my collection of Freddy Krueger here. And here's Freddy for you. Hey, Freddy! Did anybody ever tell you look like a barrel of buttholes?
Ha 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 ha! I'm Freddy, and I'm here to haunt your dreams.
If you guys are wondering if I'm going to review Nightmare on Elm Street, I think I will. After the end of Grimm's Scary Tales. Because I've seen all of Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th. And like I said before, I rooted for Jason on Freddy vs. Jason. Yeah, I rooted for Jason instead of the king of all nightmares. Gee. But I never tried the Freddy Krueger video game on Nintendo, because I haven't found that one. And you know, I should review Halloween as well. But I didn't collect all of its movies. I just got some of them. Oh, and on my opinion, you should check out that YouTuber who goes by the name of Studio 605. He did his version of Friday the 13th called Friday the 13th, The Curse of Jason. And to my opinion, it was a lot better than the remake. Because honestly, remakes of slasher movies suck! So bad! I mean, they suck so bad I just can't stand it. Maybe I should do a video about remakes. Have my opinion about them. Because if you ask me, the only movies they should do remakes of are silent films. Because there are a lot of silent films that not many people never even heard of. I mean, since they already did the remake of that silent film, The Man Who Laughs, and Disney owned the rights to Hunchback of Notre Dame, but there are other silent films that I would like to talk about that they should do a remake of so people will know them. But, for all that aside, and of course, happy Friday the 13th to all of you, welcome for another days of Grimm Scary Tales. What happened? Well, the next story I'm going to tell you, folks, is going to be a shocker for all of you. This one is called Tom Holt's Message. About 2 months ago, there was a man who goes by the name of Tom Holt. Tom Holt died. And what he left behind was his wife and his 8-year-old son to support. And they're pretty struggling over money. And then all of a sudden, his son Billy Holt, he wrote a 2-page, and he gave it to his mother, and the mother couldn't read it, because it was all in shorthand. And Billy, he never even learned anything about how to read or write, let alone use shorthands. So, Mrs. Holt decided to give this letter that his son wrote for her to a translator to translate the shorthand. And as he read the entire letter, Mrs. Holt almost fainted. Because you want to know what the letter said? It says that Tommy Holt loves his wife and son so much, so he's taking them to a bank because he opened a safety deposit box, and in it, worth a lot of money, had things that worth a lot of money. So now Mrs. Holt don't have to worry about money anymore. So, some of the scientists were kind of baffled over this. Did young Billy all of a sudden had contact to the dead? If not, then how did he learn how to write shorthand? How would he know about the the safety deposit box that only a dead guy know of? Ah! Sorry, I couldn't resist. I just love wearing this hockey mask. So, any of you who likes this story of Tommy Holt's message, please leave a comment down below, hit like and subscribe, and stay tuned for more grim, scary tales. And, I have to say, I'm getting pretty good on some of the stories. It's just I need to look for some more stories to find. So, if you don't mind, I'm off to kill some more counselors. Hey everyone. I decided for this story, I decided to tell another story from Edgar Allan Poe. And this one's a really interesting story. Now, you know me, I only like Edgar Allan Poe. I never care much on H.P. Lovecraft, 'cause I prefer scary stories of darkness and fear in everyone's mind. Unlike H.P. Lovecraft, his style of fear is always the fear of the unknown. Fear of the world beyond ours, in an alternate world full of monsters and gods, fish-like ones. As for me, I prefer the old-fashioned Edgar Allan Poe myself. That's why you see me wear this old Edgar Allan Poe outfit. It's been a long time since I wore this. Anyway, this story is about a guy who's afraid being buried alive. And before I'm going to tell you about the illness it involves in this story. You see, back in the 17 or 1800s, there was a rare illness that some people get. And some people known as catalepsy. It's a certain type of illness where there's some people get it where they get themselves into a huge seizure. And back then, the medical doctors couldn't tell a difference between catalepsy and real death. That's right. And most people who suffer catalepsy, and of course it was way before the embalming fluid was invented, that most people who suffered with catalepsy, they'd be buried alive. And this story I'm going to tell you is called The Premature Burial. And it's about a guy who fears his fate. My first attacks came without warning when I was at home late at night. And after my seizure started, I keep on forgetting who or where I was after I'm out of the trance. So, one thing I do is I decided to make some precautions. I decided to have a string tied to a bell outside my crypt, and I told my people that they would never allow me to be buried. So, I have a string tied to the wrist and all the way to a bell outside the crypt. Therefore, if the power went out, I could still sound the alarm. And of course, I made a special kind of coffin that it can be opened from the inside with almost no effort. Heck, even a baby couldn't escape from that box. And I also tell them to lay some food and water in case if I woke up and have hunger and thirst. But all of the work, all the precautions that he have, but still, it didn't know about his fate which is awaiting him. I knew I had myself a horrible seizure. And then all of a sudden, I had an odd feeling of not remembering who or where I was temporarily. But I was so petrified, I couldn't force myself to move. I didn't want to wake up and confront reality. But sadly, I slowly opened my eyes. It was dark. Completely dark. I knew the trance was over. I knew that I had gone through a seizure and I can see again, but everything around me is completely black. And then I had a reassuring thought. My precautions. My alarm. As I was trying to force the lid open, it wouldn't move. I was trapped, like an animal, even worse. And my greatest terror. The padding that I installed was missing. And I was trying to feel the rope tied to the bell. It was gone. This wasn't my coffin. I wasn't in the family vault. I must have had myself a seizure when I was away from home. Whoever found me must have buried me like a dog, but I couldn't recall a thing. And I was trying to feel around. My mouth was just as dry as leather, and I couldn't make a sound. And I had the smell of odor of damp, rotten earth. The things that had been dead for a long time. And then I tried to fill my lips. It was sewn shut, the way morticians sometimes treat corpses. So, without any assurance, I decided to scream again, and this time I succeeded. I let out a wild shriek of agony, which echoed throughout the coffin and out from the ground and caught somebody's attention. And then I heard footsteps coming towards me. And then from that moment, I finally remember where I was. Images started flooding my mind. Now I remember. I have gone on a hunting expedition with a friend at the lake surrounding the James River. It grew dark, and an unearthly thunder came out of nowhere. So we had to take a boat, and there was a small bunk. It had no sheets or blankets, about 6 inches from my head. And the damp smell I smelled was just the cargo, fertilizers, and chemicals. And my friend, and of course the bed, it was a tight squeeze, but I slept well. And my friend was wide awake, totally oblivious to my situation. And I was wearing a silk handkerchief, and during the night, it slipped around my mouth, interfering with my breathing. I got up and breathed in free air again, and I decided to live on and throughout my medical books. And I decided to have a new life, all because of this horrible event I had. So I threw out my medical books, and my cataleptic tradition is gone forever. He thinks his troubles are over. But the demons must be put to rest. They must suffer in the slumber, or they will return. And this is Proper Burial from Edgar Allan Poe. Might be a little bit different than the original novel, because back then in the old days, they always put more details in the books than what it usually put. Hey, Nightmare, what do you think about the story, huh? Evermore. 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 Nevermore. Everybody's a critic. So, if you like this story of Edgar Allan Poe's Proper Burial, please leave a message, please leave a comment down below, hit like and subscribe. And there's going to be some more Grimm Scary Tales, probably not another Edgar Allan Poe. So, oh yeah, in case some of you are going to be asking me, I have seen John Cusack's movie, Raven. I have to say the movie was really good. I have a feeling that movie might be based from a comic book, because there was a comic book about Edgar Allan Poe solving a murderer of a killer who's been copying his stories. But who knows. So, unpleasant dreams, and sleep well. Hey everyone. Well, boy, do I have another scary story for you, and welcome for today's another Grimm Scary Tales. And this one is quite a shocker here. First time I heard the story, I was like, wow, that was scary. This one I call the Chokin' Meowmute. And in case you guys don't know what a Meowmute is, it's a kind of a breed of dog. They look like huskies, but they don't bark. And here is how the story is going to happen. I see somebody's having fun outside. Anyway, here how it goes. There was a man and a woman who got home after their celebrating at the bar, having a couple of drinks and all. And while the husband was getting all... He he laid her husband to the couch. And then she noticed that her dog, the Meow Mute, started coughing. Kept hacking and coughing, and as she was trying to look into her dog's mouth, she sees nothing. So out of panic, she calls her best friend, who is a vet. And she calls her vet and says, "Hello? There's something wrong with my dog. I think he's choked on something." And he says, "Well, I'll be right there." So her friend, the vet, shows up, and she was like, "Let me take your dog to my place, and I'll get her all fixed up." And she was like, "Thanks." And as that vet left, she decided to pick her husband up and head towards the home. Head towards their room, their bedroom. But as they were pretty much about ready to open their bedroom door, her cell phone rang. So she picked up her cell phone and says, "Hello?" And it's her friend, the vet. He said, "Get out. Get out of the house. I sent some cops over here. They're on their way, and I want you and your husband to get out of the house." So as her and her husband went downstairs and opened their front door, a couple of cops shows up, and they march all the way upstairs to her room. But as her and her husband went outside, the vet was there. And she said to the vet, "What's going on?" And he says, "I figured out why your dog was choking. It was choking on a finger. It turns out there was a burglar in your house." And as one of the cops says, "We got him! He was hiding under the bed." And as the cops, they carried the perpetrator, the burglar, with one finger missing. And he's covering over it with agonizing pain, and the other cop behind him was carrying its knife. And one cop says, "You're very lucky, ma'am. If it wasn't for your dog who bit the finger out of your burglar, you guys would have been dead." So, if it wasn't for the dog, they would have been goners. And that is a choking Meow Mute. So, if any of you find this story very interesting and pretty scary, please leave a comment down below, hit like, subscribe. Cannot be that way. Hit like and subscribe. And leave the comment down below. And there's going to be some more coming soon, so I hope you enjoy this story, and like what my favorite horror host always says, unpleasant dreams. Hey everyone. If you guys want to know what I'm doing, I'm playing Polybius, the cursed game, or the legend they talk about it. It's not that bad. Try to get through this one. Come on, get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Almost got it. This game is really addicting, I tell you that. Oh. Ah, crap. Lost. Sorry about that, folks. Well, today's Grimm Scary Tale, as you can see, I'm wearing my Game Insane t-shirt because there's a video game I'm going to tell you about. It's not a review, it's the story. The game I was playing is Polybius. Now, I know some of you are going to be thinking, I never heard of Plebius before. Care to tell me? Well, I'll tell you. You see, the legend has it. They say that Plebius was a video game that was created by the government. And it was supposed to be testing our skills and our brains. And, but there's a lot of things going on that I really don't want to believe in it, but it's pretty much true. That the game is really cursed. It says that anybody who gets hooked on this game would go completely insane. You know? Whoever gets hooked on the game, some of them gets like epileptic seizures and go completely mad, and also commit suicide. But I've been playing this game since, what day is this? Monday? They say some people who play this game, they play it 24/7, and that's what gets them hooked and makes them go crazy. But as you can see, folks, I've been playing this game for a while, and I'm still doing pretty good. It's just there's certain things I hate getting stuck on that it just makes me really, really mad about. Trying to start this thing up here. Yeah. There we go. They say this game is really addicting. A lot of people say they go into an epileptic seizure because of its psychedelic designs of the game. And of course, there's some people say whoever played the game had recorded. A lot of people say that the game doesn't exist, but some people say it does exist. But you can check it on Creepypasta, because Plebius is a part of the Creepypasta urban legend stuff, which I don't want to believe it. I mean, I've been kind of hooked, but I think I'm losing my mind. Oh, focus, focus. Try to get it. Come on. That's it. That's it. Oh, yeah. Ah, oh, dang it! Plop! Ugh. But you know, you should look up. I mean, somebody's been doing a lot of documentaries and some creepypasta legend stories they say about the game. Some people say that they say that the game was created back in 1981. And it was created by a Russian video game company. And even they said that sometimes there were a couple of men in black who just checked the scores of the game. And then after that, the game was gone without a trace. But now they say that you can upload the game in any systems, like on your PlayStation, on your Xbox, or even on your Android tablet. Haven't tried that yet. And now I hear there's a brand new one that you can upload on your PS4. It's supposed to be brand new and high tech for those who likes to be brave enough to play it. I mean, I played Plebius a long time, but I haven't had any seizures or thoughts about killing people. Kill! Murder! Slaughter! What happened? Genocide! Suicide! Homicide! Oh man. Something's wrong. My eyes are getting tired. Oh. What? What are you staring at? Are you making eyes at me? What? You saying I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. Oh no. It's Plebius. It can control your mind.
And that is Plebius for you, folks. It's in the same league as all the other video game legends, like Sonic EXE, or all the other stories of all the video game characters, even Ben Drown, from that Legend of Zelda. But Plebius is like the king of video game creepypastas. Shh! Did you hear that? Wonder what was that? I don't know. It's gotta be... Oh! So if you like this, Plebius story here, please leave a comment down below, hit like, and subscribe. I think Plebius is God. And it's controlling my mind. Oh, I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna beat it. Come on. Come on. That's it. That's it.
Hello, 'tis I, Mr. Death. And I know what you're thinking. Where is Multi-Voice Reviewer? Well, it turns out that Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer went completely insane. And I warned him not to play that game, Polybius. I mean, it is a cursed game, trust me. Me and Dracula know. We used to be video game characters, and we know about cursed games. Anyway, since I'm here, Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer wants me to tell a story this time, and I've got a really good story for you, and I think you guys are going to enjoy it. Trust me, I know. This story I'm going to tell you today is called The Appointment. You see, there was a young boy, about 16. He works in his grandfather's farm, and he drove his car to town. And then from out of nowhere, he saw me, pointing at him, telling him to come. So, the boy got so scared that he decided to get back in his truck and run back home. And he come over and asked his grandfather, "Grandfather, give me the keys to your truck. I saw death leering at me. So, I'm going to take your truck and go to the city. He'll never find me there." So after his grandson left, the old man came into town and found me. And guess what he says? He says, "Mr. Death, why are you frightening my grandson? He's only 16. And I said, "My apologies. You see, I have an appointment with your son this afternoon out in the city." And that was the appointment. You see, the reason why I have an appointment out in the city, because, well, trust me, take it from me, do not go to the city. It's not a good place to be there. Take it from me. I mean, I hate the city. It smells, and it's disgusting. And even, there are tons of people, I mean,
people have been dying in the city from left and right. Either from disease and illness, murderers, organized gangs, and street gangs. And I thought hell was bad enough. But the worst one I say is a lot worse than hell. Between you and me. Detroit City, Michigan. Detroit is a lot worse. Anyway, if those of you who likes my story of the appointment, please leave a comment down below, hit like, subscribe. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna help Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer. I warned him about Polydamas, him playing that game, so now I'm gonna help him get his sanity back. Besides, to tell you the truth, a lot of people I know died from playing Prometheus. Some of them went homicidal and some of them went suicide. But of course, that curse from that game Prometheus is too strong. I think I might need some help. So, Dracula, I need your help!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 'Tis I, Count Dracula. Now, Mr. Death, what is it you want? What seems to be the problem?
It's Multi-Voice Reviewer. I think I might need your help for this. You see, it turns out he played the game Prometheus. I mean, not Prometheus. Polydamas. And it looks like he's growing completely mad. It's worse than I thought, so I might need your help on this.
Polybius. I fear that game will be hell. You see, I need to calm myself down. That's better. You see, folks, Mr. Death and I, we're both video game characters. We are video game people too, since we both come from video games and other beings. And I fear that Prometheus will show up in Multi-Voice Reviewer territory. Because I know what happens for those who play Polybius. Plays that game Polybius. So, why can't your Angel of Death and powers help him on this one, Mr. Death?
Well, you see, Dracula, I mean, even though I am the Angel of Death, I still have problems. I mean, seriously, when I noticed that Multi-Voice Reviewer was playing Polybius, I remember how many people I picked up. You see, folks, being an Angel of Death, I always keep finding people who got hooked on the game Polybius, and let's just say it's not a pretty sight. And I don't want my best friend, Multi-Voice Reviewer, go completely insane and start killing everybody that he knows and loves. And besides, if Multi-Voice Reviewer dies, we need to find another reviewer so we can do our reviews. So, it's too strong for my power to do something, so can you help? I mean, you and your undead vampiric ability might be the key to help cure Multi-Voice Reviewer from his insanity.
And I thought Multi-Voice Reviewer and his deal with Slenderman was bad enough. And it was really hard for me and Mr. Death
to stop Slender Man before he does any more damage to Multi-Voice Reviewer. But with Polybius involved, God knows what would have happened if it corrupts him. So, Mr. Death, I'm in. Let's go show this Polybius video game who is boss here. I'm ready.
Okay, that's good. So, come on, old friend. We have lots to do and less time to do it. So, folks, see you soon, and don't worry. I can bring Multi-Voice Reviewer back safe and sound. So, see you, folks. Oh, don't forget to say goodbye, folks, to the people watching the show there, Dracula. So long.
Alright. Lots to do, and less time to do it. So, good evening. Good night. Good evening. I am back. I am back. Excuse me. That's better. So, welcome to another Grimm Scary Tales. 'Tis I, Dracula, back once again. And in case those of you are wondering, Mr. Death is still working on Multi-Voice Reviewer. And it's working out pretty good. I did my part, and now Mr. Death has to finish it until Mr. Multi-Voice Reviewer will return. But for today, I got a good story to tell you. Something that it's a part of Creepypasta, but it was so good that I have to tell it to you. A vampire story just for you, and it's called The Monday Child. There was an old lady who goes by the name of Julia. She lives in her house. She lives on her home all alone, with no company. And it is winter and snowing, not raining like it is here today. Anyway, from out of nowhere, Julia, the old lady, heard a sound coming from outside, out in the snow. And the noise she heard is a little child crying out in the snow. And since she sees nobody ain't out to help her, she decided to go outside and help the little girl herself. So, she opened up her door and asked the little girl, "Are you okay?" And she said, "I'm cold and I'm alone and I need a place to warm up." So she welcomed her into her house. Now she has long blonde curly hair, and wearing an old-fashioned sweater, it looks like it's been knitted. But something very strange about her, that
she has blood stains on her hands and across her mouth. And when she felt her hand was ice cold. So she said,
Please, sit on my old couch.
So the little girl sat on her couch as she warms up her heater. And she said,
I'll call the police to let you know that I saved you from an accident.
and the little girl says,
No, don't. Don't call. I need company.
So the old lady dropped her phone and walked towards her. And of course she made her a hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. That's one thing I haven't tried yet. But it sounds pretty good right now. Anyway, she gave the little girl a hot chocolate and asked her what is her name. The little girl says,
My name is Christabella.
So, the old lady named Julia asked Christabella what happened. And of course, Julia decided, she asks Christabella,
I need to have a closer look on you, because from the look of the bloodstain, you might have gone through a horrible accident. And I want to see if you have any bruises or something on you.
and Christabella says, okay. She looked all around her, and all she sees was nothing. Nothing disturbed. No bruises, no cuts, nothing. And the lady was so puzzled, she asked him,
I don't see any bruises on you. Were you in an accident or something?
and Christabella looked at her and said,
No, 'cause this blood I have here, they're not mine. They were someone else.
and the old lady said,
Were you in a car accident or something?
and Christabella said,
No. It was from my last meal I had. An old man, an alcoholic. I had to grab him and push him down into his wine cellar and drained him.
the old lady stared at her in disbelief. But Christabella said,
You know, out of everything I tried, this hot chocolate is really delicious. But not as good as what I enjoy the most.
and as Julia, the old lady, starts noticing, she starts reaching out for her phone, trying to call 911. But Christabella looked at her, and she gasped in horror that she changed. She opened up her mouth, showing her fangs. Might be her. Anyway, her blue eyes turned to red, blood red. And Christabella bare her fangs and attacked her. So Christabella, she drained her blood from every last drop out of Julia. And after she was done with Julia, she went into her kitchen and raided her kitchen, taking all the packs of hot chocolate powder and put it in her pocket, something that she can have for dessert after she's done with Julia. And then she left the house and walked down the street for another meal. You see, folks, Christabella, she's a little girl, but she's a little girl vampire who prey upon
lonely people. People who are all alone in their house. Those who are suicidal thoughts. Those who are alcoholics. And others who are praying for release of their depression. You see, Christabella played on those who are lonely, especially on Christmas Eve. And that is the Monday Child. And if you like this story, please leave a comment down below, hit like, and subscribe. Till then, oh, Multi-Voice Reviewer, it's great to see you back. Well, I was doing my best to tell the story. How do you feel?
Oh, man. I feel like leftover New Year's, Dracula. I have such a horrible headache. But, oh, hi folks. I think Dracula did a good job telling you this story, right? Oh, and by the way, thank you for you and Mr. Death. If it wasn't for you guys, I would have turned out to be one of the homicidal maniacs, or even a suicide one. So, thank you for helping me, you and Mr. Death. No problem. I just warned you not to play that game, Polybius. I mean, I warned you, it is a cursed game. This is a good thing we saved you in the nick of time. It would have corrupted you and you would have been gone forever. Well, anyway, this is Count Dracula telling to you all good night and happy Halloween. Huh. You know, folks, I hate it when he does that. Make himself disappear and not telling us where he's going. Of course, I like to find out how he does that, but I guess he's undead. There's no explanation. Anyway, folks, like Dracula said, if you like the story about the... what is it? Oh, Monday Child, leave a comment and all that. And this will be the end of Grimm Scary Tales. But do not worry. Tomorrow will be the final story that I'm going to tell you, folks. And guess what's going to be involved, folks? Halloween, huh? As a special treat for you folks, I'm going to tell you the history of Halloween. Something that I always wanted to tell you guys. How it all happened, how it all began. I mean, do you know that that holiday came from Ireland? But there's more to it than that. So, stay tuned because the last Grimm Scary Tales is going to be coming to you on Halloween tomorrow. So, happy Halloween, folks. Wow, boys and girls of every age, won't you see, like to see something strange? Come with us and you will see, it's our town of Halloween. This is Halloween, this is Halloween, pumpkins scream on the day of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene, trick or treat, to the neighbors a die of fright. It's our town, everybody scream, in this town of Halloween.
I am the one hiding under your bed. Teeth are sharp and eyes glowing red.
I am the one hiding under your stairs, fingers like snakes and spiders in my hair. there. This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween. In this town we call home, everyone here to the pumpkin song. In this town, don't be loving now, everybody's waiting for the next surprise.
Happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen, and trick or treat. Well, I'm surprised you guys lasted this long to see what I'm gonna do. And yes, this is Halloween, October 31st. And believe it or not, this is the day where all the ghosts and ghouls starts lurking around. Now, I know some of you are gonna be thinking, where did that holiday come from, huh? Well, why don't you sit back and I'll tell you the 31st grim scary tale called The History of Halloween. I mean, did you know that Halloween came from Ireland? I mean, I'm not kidding. It did came from It did came from Ireland. That is right there, laddie. Halloween came from Ireland there, laddie. That's the old luck of the Irish. That's right, I tell ya. How do you do it, folks? I go by the name of Old Lucky. The Lucky Leprechaun. So, any of you ladies might be interested in me. Here's one thing I want you to know. Kiss me. I'm Irish. Aye. Back in the old days, Halloween did came from Ireland. Yes, what is it, laddie? Oh, Lucky. What took you so long? I was waiting for you to come over so you can do that review of that horror movie Leprechaun on St. Patrick's Day. But instead you arrived during me telling the history of Halloween. I mean, what took you so long? Aye, sorry about that, lassie. You know, folks, it's kind of hard for me being a leprechaun in this modern times, you know. I mean, being a leprechaun, it's hard for me to catch a bus. Especially, I didn't even know to be out in the country. So, is there anything... So, if you don't mind there, laddie, how about I, tell them the Irish side of the story? Alright. Please? Alright, oh Lucky. Go on ahead. Tell them the Irish side of the history of Halloween. Just don't make a big deal out of it, okay? Oh, and I'm kind of changing my mind on you reviewing The Leprechaun. So, I'm afraid I won't be reviewing it. I'm afraid I won't gonna let you review that movie unless you find the DVD. Okay? Alright then. Anti St. Patrick's buzzard. Anyway. Here we go. Did you know that Halloween started all the way back in the 7th century? AD. Right after Jesus Christ died for our sins. But of course, Christianity didn't come all the way to Ireland. Most of the Irish people, they were these Celtics in Ireland. Now, the Celtics, they were like the Native American of Ireland and also Europe. And of course, back then, us Celtics, we used to believe in October 31st was a certain time where the spirit of the dead returned to Earth and roam around. And that's why we always wear costumes and masks to confuse the spirits. And we always built bonfires so we can make sure that the spirit of the dead will go back from hell where they came. That's what we believe in, and that was the old Celtic tradition. And of course, we used to call this holiday Samhain. Now, if you try to spell it, it spells out Samhain, but we pronounce it Samhain. It's the old Celtic days. Old language, eh? And of course, back in the old Celtic days, we used to do human sacrifices back then. But that was in the old past. We don't do human sacrifices anymore, since we know they're very daft. Aye.
until about the 16th century. And then in the back in the 16th century, Christianity got involved. You see, the Celtics, they were in the pagan tradition. So, there were a lot of druids at the time. And we used to we had to show spirits out of respects. Because if we don't show them any respects, they never let us grow our food and make us starve throughout winter. And that's what we believe in back in the old days. So now with the Christianity involved, I think it's your turn there, laddie. So, see you later, and Happy Halloween, or Happy Samhain, or All Hallows Eve, or however you're gonna call it. And remember, ladies, kiss me, I'm Irish. Okay, out. Sorry about that, folks. Even though he's Irish, he's a real ladies' man. That's why he always wears that shirt that says, "Kiss me, I'm Irish." Even though I am part Irish. In real life. Anyway, now I need to pick up where you left off. Now, you know about the Celtic tradition back in the 17th century. Now let's get to the 16th century, where when the Christians tried to take over other countries and trying to bring our religion to their country. And instead of fighting against them, the Catholic decided to combine their beliefs and their traditions to the Irish tradition. And therefore they created another holiday called All Saints' Day on November 2nd. And of course they decided to call Samhain into All Hallows Eve. And then it become Halloween. And that's how it started. And here's something you should know. And of course in England's side of history, there was a king who goes by the name of Charles I. He lost during the British. He lost during the British Civil War. I'll tell you about history of that later. And after King Charles I was beheaded, a guy named Oliver Cromwell took over. He took over England, and he created this religion called Puritans. And of course, in the Puritans' belief, back in 1949, Puritans, they're religious people who all they do is pray and work and no having fun because they believe that fun is sinful. They destroyed Christmas, they destroyed plays, they destroyed sports because they're all fun. So nobody aren't allowed to celebrate or have fun at all. And then in 1658, after Oliver Cromwell died, Charles II, my favorite king, who brought back parties and sports and plays, all the people who were Puritans, they left. They left America, and they ended up, they left England, and they ended up in America. And they spread their Puritan belief into Salem, Massachusetts. Guess what they're famous for? And I had to say, Charles II, not only that he brought sports, plays, and everything, he was the first king who decided for women to be in the plays. Because back then, men always played female characters, back then in Shakespeare's time. But when Charles II took over, he wanted women to be actresses in plays. And I have to tell you, if it wasn't for him, Marilyn Monroe would have been Martin Monroe. Lucille Ball would have been Louis Ball. And so forth. Heck, Jessica Alba would have been Justin Alba. And then in America, during the Salem, Massachusetts, the witch trials, they pretty much destroyed the holidays. Except there were a few people over at Virginia, and also in West Virginia, they still celebrate the holiday and invented the whole bobbing for apples thing. And then in 1814, a group of Irish settlers during the potato famine, a bunch of Irish settlers came to America and they brought their holiday in full swing. They brought back the costumes,
the haunted houses, the spookiness and the celebration of Halloween. Until in 1940, this happens. Oh, 1920s. Back in 1920s, they started doing their, keeping their holidays going. Until in 1930s, Black Halloween came. A bunch of full-grown teenagers who decided to do vandalism. They're the ones who did this one trick, like if they took your car, they put it on top of a belt and a pile of hay, or they'll take your swing set and put it on top of your house, or they steal your gate door and put it somewhere else, and scare the crap out of you by taking a jack-o'-lantern and put it on sheets and scare the crap out of you. Oh yeah, jack-o'-lanterns was a thing too. You see, there was a story involving jack-o'-lantern. You see, a long time ago, probably around maybe the 1600s or something like that, there was a man who goes by the name of Jack, and he was a trickster. And Jack, he knew he was going to die. And he knew he wasn't the pure soul of all, because he knows when he dies, he's going to go to hell. So, what he did, he met the devil himself, and he decided to go to a bar, and the devil decided to take him, but he was like, "Oh, come on, Satan. Can I have just one drink, one for the road, and then I'm gone?" And Satan was like, "Okay, I'll join you." So he pulled out a mug, and if you ever go to an Irish bar, and if you see a burnt circle, you hear a bartender saying, "That's where the devil himself drunk his pint, right here on this table." In Ireland, of all places. Anyway, after Jack drunk a few beers along with the devil was like, "Okay, let's go." And as the devil was taking him outside, Jack just found an apple tree and he was like, "Hey there, Satan. All that drinking is kind of making me hungry, and I know that apple is going to quench my hunger." Okay. And then he decided to take the tallest apple on the highest tree. So the devil climbed up the tree to get the apple until Jack, being a trickster he is, he carved a cross right on the bottom of the tree, trapping the devil. And of course Jack says, "Now you listen to me, devil. I'm going to make a deal with you. When I die, you promise never take me to hell." And after the sign of the cross on the tree is weakened Satan, he was like, Okay. Get rid of the sign, and I'll make sure that your soul will never go to my world. So Jack removed the cross sign out of the tree, and the devil went down out of the tree, and then the devil left. But Jack, being not exactly a pure soul at heart at all, heaven wouldn't let him go to the gates of heaven wouldn't let him in. And since he was getting so sick and tired of being on this planet and could not go to heaven, he decided to go to hell. So he went over to the door to Hell's Gate, and he was knocking on the door, and the Satan arrived, and he says, "Satan, I decided to go. But, being the devil he is, he remembered what of a trickster he is, and he wouldn't break that deal. So he says, "Sorry, I can't take you in either. But I'll tell you one thing. If you give me that turnip you've been eating, I'm going to make something for you." So Jack gave him a turnip, and then he puts his burning ember inside the turnip and made a lantern out of it, and he says, "Here, you're going to use this lantern to walk among the earth until you find your way to rest in peace." So Jack grabs a turnip with the burning ember inside, and he walked around, hence the term, Jack-o'-lantern. Get it? And of course, back then in Ireland, they used to carve jack-o'-lanterns out of turnips, until when they came to our country back in 1840, we finally discovered that pumpkins were a lot easier to carve than turnips, so we used pumpkins instead of turnips to carve. And every time we light a jack-o'-lantern, it's like we're lighting Jack's path in order to, we're lighting the path for Jack in order to rest in peace. And that was the story of Jack-o'-lantern and where it came from. Anyway, after the vandalism got really bad, that's where the term trick or treat came from. When you see kids in costume, they always say trick or treat. And that's what it means, give us a treat or we trick you. Of course, now it becomes a common thing to say when you walk to somebody's door and you had to give them candy. And of course, back in the 30s, they even made books called boogie books. It teaches kids how to make their costumes and make their own mask, until store-bought stuff got involved, and they make a lot of costumes and masks for kids. And they also got the candy company involved by letting the kids have Hershey's, Reese's, and Snickers. Gee, talking about candy is making me a little hungry. Anyway, I mean, back then, they used to give them caramel apple and popcorn balls, but now, Hershey's and so forth. Oh yeah, and even back then, there were a lot of urban myths saying that you always had to check your candy. I mean, you had to check your chocolate bars, see if there isn't any needle punctures, because there might be somebody who's putting poison in chocolate bars, or razor blades, or even razor blades in apples so you can cut your lip while you take a bite. Something like this did happen back then, but we still have to check our candy just in case. You never know who to trust, right? Heck, the whole trick-or-treating part, that started back in the 16th century. Back then, when the Catholic Church, they used to believe, I mean, not only did the Catholic believe in heaven or hell, believe heaven and hell, they believe this other place called purgatory. It's where most of the people who are neither good or bad ends up in that place. Like people who commit suicide, or something that silly. Or somebody who's a petty thief ends up in purgatory. And then in the Catholic, and then one thing most people did was there were some people who are honoring the dead, those who think that their friend or their family member is in purgatory, and the only way that their family member can get out of purgatory is they go to church gates, they knock on their doors, and all the priests and nuns, they give them these sugar cakes. I mean, they're spice cakes with raisins on them, and they give it to them, and as the people honor their dead, they eat the cakes. And they think every time they prayed and eat the cakes, the soul who was ever in purgatory can finally rest and go to heaven. But of course, that was just old beliefs and such. But now trick-or-treat is just a bunch of kids. And now Halloween is now becoming a huge thing for both adults and kids. I mean, heck, there's even a costume store called Halloween Town over in California, where they sell a lot of costumes and a lot of decorations for Halloween. And it's always open. Man, I wish I could go to that store. And of course, a lot of people like to tell spooky, scary stories, like what I'm doing here. And also, here's the biggest thing of all. Since TV were invented back in the atomic age, probably like in the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, television were made, and they decided to make their first Halloween movie for kids. And guess what it was? Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin. Where Linus was getting Christmas and Halloween all mixed up, thinking that every Halloween there's a great pumpkin who gives you treats. It was a heartwarming kids movie, and it was the first for the kids to enjoy. And then about in the 70s, they decided to make their first Halloween-based horror movie. And one great director named John Carpenter made this movie, Halloween, starring Jamie Lee Curtis. Can you believe that this Michael Myers mask was actually Captain Kirk's mask? I'm not kidding. I mean, they took William Shatner's mask and spray painted it white and mixed up the hair to make it look more scary. And of course, Halloween became a huge success. And if any of you wanted me to review Halloween, all in good time. Right now, there's Freddy Krueger I have to deal with. That's right, my next review is going to be Nightmare on Elm Street. So, stay tuned. Anyway, I have to say that Halloween has gone through a long, bumpy ride. From the Christians, to the Puritans, to the vandalism. But all in all, it became the greatest celebration, and it all came from Ireland. And if you ever go to Ireland, there are a few people who go by the old Druid tradition, and some of them do create bonfires and wear masks and celebrate at the end of the harvest. And this is the history of Halloween for you folks. And if any of you love this review of Halloween, please leave a comment down below, hit like, and subscribe. And as for me, well, it's time for me to, wrap it up. So, all of you people, find yourself the most spookiest or coolest costume, or for you women, wear the most sexiest costume in the world. Just make sure it ain't too kinky. Because it is cold outside. Can you believe it? Anyway, just go out and say trick-or-treat to everybody, and for the love of God, don't vandalize anybody's houses. I'll be watching you. So, trick-or-treat, and happy Halloween. Say goodnight, oh Lucky. Good night, oh Lucky. Good night, everybody, and happy Halloween.